Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a thief in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. It's just hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah, it's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Peace, peace, peace. This video under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. Hey, what's up? It is your girl, Survivor Speaks, and I'm back with a live stream, and I hope that this is going to be a quick one. So, let's get into it. Today we're going to talk about the, let me get my music on by no one. Hold on one second here. So the music that you'll be hearing in the background was created by no one. And there we go. All right. So let me drop his link in the chat. If you're interested in getting music to put behind your content, you can reach directly out to no one at the link that I will be providing. And then you guys can work out how you want him to make a track for you for the behind your music and everything else that goes along with that. Just give me 1 second. Let me just get no one's link. All right, so I can drop it in the chat, and here it is. All right, so that is no one's link. Like I said, if you're interested in getting some music for your video, you can click that link and speak to no one, and he will get you all taken care of. So now today, we are going to be going over the bail hearing that was that they had for Donna Adelson yesterday. Let me just give you a little backstory on who Donna Adelson is and why I'm talking about her today. So this is the case of, I'm going to talk about the victim, because I like to talk about the victim versus who the players are. If you see my thumbnail, there's many players, many facets, many layers to this story, and this will be the fourth trial in this case. So the victim's name is Dan Markel. That is Dan Markel. Um, and Dan was unalived, unfortunately. So, who was Dan Marco? Dan Marco was a prominent law professor at Florida University. And so he was known for his sharp legal mind and contentious divorce from Wendy Adelson. Remember that name. So, Markel was unalived, execution style, in his car, in his driveway, in his Tallahassee home. So the murder was the red rum, excuse me, the red rum was initially thought to be a robbery gone wrong, but investigators later uncovered a red rum for hire plot. Police traced the crime back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, two hitmen hired for the job. They are allegedly also linked to the Latin Kings gang. The case took a dramatic turn when Garcia's ex-girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, was linked to the plot. Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson. Now remember the Adelson name, Wendy Adelson's brother, who was later arrested. So Charlie Adelson is serving a life sentence right now today as we speak. So investigators believe the Adelson family orchestrated the hit to prevent Markel from restricting Wendy's ability to move their children out of Tallahassee. Remember, Dan Markel was married to Wendy Adelson, and she was like this little princess of her family. And Charlie Adelson, who was her brother, was something like her protector. So the divorce and custody battle played a key role in escalating tensions between Markel and the Adelsons. The Adelsons, plural, meaning the Adelsons family. So Luis Rivera took a plea deal and cooperated. That is something that is unheard, for someone that is a part of a gang, allegedly, and the Latin Kings to be exact. Allegedly, Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of first-degree red rum. Catherine Magbanua was found guilty in 2022 for acting as the go-between. So she was dating Charlie Adelson, and she set this whole thing up, allegedly, according to the state, and she has been convicted. She has had two trials. She lost both. So Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022 and convicted in 2023. So in November 2023, Donna Adelson, Wendy's and Charlie Adelson's mother, was arrested at Miami International Airport while trying to flee the country. Hold on, y'all. Just wait a minute. Hold on now. 1 minute. Hold on. Because this is not what we're doing. Hold on. Let me see something really, really quick. All right. Let me see something real quick, and then we'll get right back to the story. Here's a story of the Adelsons, who had many, many issues of their own. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but anywho, I'm just gonna leave that alone. All right. So Donna Adelson, she was trying to flee the country. Prosecutors allege she played a major role in orchestrating the Red Rum. She now faces serious charges and is seeking bond at yesterday's hearing, right? So the hearing will determine if Donna Adelson will remain in custody or be granted bond before trial. The prosecution argues she is a flight risk given her attempted escape. Remember, she was arrested at Miami International Airport trying to flee the country. So the case is one of the most high-profile red rum for hire cases in Florida history. Stay tuned as we break down the courtroom drama. All right, so now let's get into it. Yeah, if you're here for the first time, yeah, so if you're here for the first time, like, be sure to hit that like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you will be notified when I go live or upload a new video. And if you're watching live, jump into the chat. We would love to hear your thoughts and questions throughout the show. So, I see we have one person in the bushes. Hello to you. And we're going to get ready to get started. Now, Donna had as I stated, had the hearing yesterday. And it's pretty, I listened to some of it. It's quite interesting. We're going to listen to it on double time, so we won't be here long. Give me 1 second and I'll bring it right over. I think that Donna Adelson is entitled much. And is where she belongs. But I also think there's another person, as to a lot of different channels, a lot of people that follow true crime, and a lot of people that have been following this case. There is another person that we believe that should be behind bars. She is the only one that is on the thumbnail that is still free. And it is the person that the crime was committed for. And her name is Wendy Adelson. She is an attorney. And so she's very skilled in what she does. And, you know, on the stand, she was caught in a couple of untruths. Not only was her ex-husband, Dan Markel, unalived, but there was another boyfriend she was with at the time, where the family tried to make it seem as he had something to do with the unaliving of Dan Markel. It's pretty interesting when you look at the case and as a whole. I didn't cover the whole case. The cases have been going on for years. So if you get a chance to look it over, I just gave you the cliff notes in the at the beginning. You can take advantage, if you like watching trials, you can take advantage of looking at that trial, you know, when you get time. So it is very interesting. So check it out. Okay. And we're going to be pointing out some things. I am going to be talking about some things that I remember, as you know, I give commentary as this hearing goes on, because Miss Adelson has a lot of nerve. Please don't let the white hair and the fact that she's an old woman fool you. No. So I'm just yeah. Yeah. So everything that she's saying in this hearing, we can relate and revert back to Mr. Markel, a loving father of two. He has two sons with Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson wasted no time changing their name from their last names from Markelson to Adelson, and she said she did that so that the children wouldn't be laughed at and ridiculed in school. I think with the last name Adelson, it's gonna be worse for them than if she would have left their name Markelson. So it really, really makes no sense. All right, so but let her tell it. She was doing it to protect her boys. I definitely see it another way. But I guess Wendy has gotten away with it this long. She thinks she is the smartest tool in the shed, and so there you have it. Yeah, give me 1 second and 1 second here. I'm just trying to. The time goes by so fast. I didn't think. I looked up. I said, "Oh my goodness, it's time to start my live stream," and I just decided to do this on a whim, but I thought I did it with a couple of hours in between. So yeah, so there we are. I just wanted to do those two things. Also, let me see if they have replenished. Oh yeah, they have. So I'm not going to do that just yet. So there are all right, so here we are. Let me just bring that over, the case over that we're going to be watching today, and so we can get started on it. One moment. To make sure I'm on the right. All right, there we are. So we're gonna do this one and do this. All right, so let me just change the speed because we're definitely going to listen to this on a faster speed. And skip through anything that's unnecessary. Because I need to make sure I know Court TV has been playing music now with their videos. I was watching something else the other day, and they definitely have started playing music with their videos. Let me turn my music down so that we can hear. And yeah, let's do that. Hold on. Oh, Lord, she's starting with the crying face. Listen, don't let the look fool you. That's all I'm going to say to you guys. Don't let the look fool you. Please don't. Please don't let the face fool you. She is desperately seeking Susan right about now. When I say desperately seeking Susan, I mean desperately trying to get out of jail. And her husband is in the courtroom. So she's still married. Her husband is in the courtroom. And so the drama that you are seeing and witnessing, I believe, is definitely for herself. You know, you have to take into consideration um, the way in which Dan Markelson was unalived, and now he has two children.
Sometimes your doctor will move things along, and sometimes they will not.
He has two children that has no father. You know, they have great memories with their father as small children, but as other than that, their father was taken away from them. I believe he was taken away from them way too soon and unnecessarily, you know. But some things that she mentions in this hearing, I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? But when you're entitled, so it goes. Like, so I'm really not buying the tears. Let me separate this from the other ones. She has been defiant in this trial. In this case, she has been defiant, very defiant. Not listening. I'm thinking that she's can get away with stuff that other people can't get away with. Shout out to Court TV. We are using their channel under the fair use guidelines. Let me just take her off the screen so we can get right to it. Cause like, yeah, I don't. And while we're doing that, just to let you know, like tomorrow is my birthday. I'm having a little celebration here. I'll try to let everybody know in advance. Hopefully, we've seen enough of the crying and her looking back at her husband and all of that stuff that Dan Markel doesn't get to do. He doesn't get to look at a girlfriend. He doesn't get to look at, you know, spend time with his children, hug his children, kiss his children, drop his children off to school, any of that anymore. So the fact that he doesn't get to do any of that, and she is allegedly the direct, you know, she is the one that hired, allegedly hired the hitman through her son, Charlie Adelson, and Catherine Magnobonwa. I'm probably jacking her name up and don't care. I was the go-between, and she, like a fool, went to her boyfriend Sigfredo to carry out the heinous crime. Okay? So we don't care, you know? You're not a victim in this. All right, so they still, I thought I skipped past it. They still just milling around the courtroom like, yeah, we're not going to be here for all that. Yeah, we're not going to be milling around for all this. We can skip right through this. All right, I think. All right, here we are. So finally, they are getting started here. So, like I said, we're not going to. We're not going. I want to need to skip through all that. We don't need to see all that. All right.
Okay. And that's for the audio too? Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. No, just like. Thank you. I'm thinking Everyone can be seated. We're here this morning in State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, case number 2023 CF 3226, on the defendant's motion to suppress and also the defendant's motion for Arthur hearing or to set bond. Parties may make their appearances.
Sir Catherine Dugan on behalf of the state. Eddie Evans is here on behalf of the state as well.
Joshua Zellman on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
The issue that the court previously addressed with the parties at sidebar concerning Smiley versus State, and also how the burden of proof is to operate in a motion to suppress alleged wiretap statements. Is there any argument from either party concerning those?
No, Your Honor. No, sir.
Very well. Mr. Zellman, as the defendant has the initial burden under that appellate holding, you may proceed.
Your Honor, defense's first witness is going to be Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office until he's halfway down.
Investigator Newland, you come up to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Jason Newland, Jasonnewlin.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
So you're sworn law enforcement?
Yes, 21 something years.
Okay. And as part of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, have you been trained in reviewing calls made from the Lincoln County Detention Center?
Yes,
Okay. And is that through Securus?
it is now, yes.
How does that system record inmate calls?
How does it record? That's usually proprietary stuff, but I know the inmate they register an account, they set up a password, and then to complete a phone call, they have to go through a process of using their PIN, calling the number. Each party's advised the phone call will be recorded subject to monitoring, and then the called party has to accept the phone call before it's completed.
Before the call can be connected between the two parties?
Correct.
And you indicated that they're given, the inmates are given its PIN number?
The inmates pick their own PIN number.
Okay. And the inmate has to enter that PIN before they die?
At some point during the process, yeah.
And is that intended to ensure that the calls are tracked by the inmate making the call?
That's the intent.
Do you know whether or not an inmate's PIN can be used more than once simultaneously for calls? So if an inmate is using their PIN to make a call, that call goes through, can someone else use that PIN?
I do not know the answer.
And the secure system, it's a digital system, the quality is very clear, correct?
Sometimes it's rough.
That depends on the inmate and the called party.
And the device used, you have the tablets and you also have the phone booths themselves.
Now this system is designed to intentionally record these calls, correct?
Yes,
And it records those calls from call acceptance to termination.
correct.
When does the call terminate?
Usually when both parties hang up.
Now, are you familiar with the Secure Call Platform, SCP?
I'm familiar with how we access it. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Securus, I know.
Right, but you've been trained on accessing that in order to collect the calls.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with a feature that Securus offers that they call covert alerts?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you create any covert alerts concerning Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, or any other individual that Charlie Adelson?
I've never created one for any case.
Now, subsequent to Charlie Adelson's conviction, did you create a report that's 24 pages in length based on the calls that Mr. Adelson was making from the
I did what I refer to as an extraction of the Securus information for a specific time period, and it produced a report.
Your Honor, may I push the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked for identification as defense 1. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
I do. Yes.
And that's not the full 24-page report. That's an excerpt of that, correct?
Correct.
Aside from it being reduced in size to reflect what is relevant for proceedings today, is that an accurate reflection of the report that you generated?
I believe it is, yes. If this is the same one we've had prior communication about.
Yeah, this is, I emailed you 2 different excerpts, one last week and one, I believe, 2 days ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move that into evidence as defense 1.
Is there an objection to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted at this time.
If you can give that to the judge, and I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Now, there's a phone call that colloquially has been referred to as the open line call, correct?
There it is, yes.
And that's a call that was made July 7th, 2023 at 14:57:01. I believe it's call 562 on that report. You familiar with that call?
Yes, I am.
You had an opportunity to listen to that call.
Recently, I glazed over it a couple days ago, but not the entirety of the call. I just want to make sure I had the same call again.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry, Your Honor, let me correct myself. It's not July, but November 7th, 2023. The second file on this flash drive, labeled jail call enhancement for assessment. You recognize that to be the jail call issue?
If this, I believe we sent this to Keith McElveen to see if he can enhance the open portion, yes.
And then the second call, the one identified to be on Monday. Call number 547. At 6:38 a.m. on November 8th of 2023.
Yes,
Had a chance to review that call as well?
that one I did review.
I'd like to start with the open line call, which is call 562. Would you agree, thank you, would you agree that that call, according to this report, Exhibit 1, is 26.12 minutes in length?
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, I move into evidence call number 562 as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'd like to just play the first approximately 8 minutes of that call. May I publish?
You may.
Hello, this is PK Collect Call from an incarcerated individual at the VR County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this to be a private call, please hang up and follow the facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To retain you, please secure it. You may start the conversation now.
Investigator Newland, that recording that was just recorded voice that was just heard, is that the recording that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
The notification to both parties?
Yes.
That you're being recorded? Yes.
I heard what you said, and the chief. I don't know if this is
So, he was supposed to fly at the same time he said he was going to call Dan back, I forgot he was going to call him back. But Chief back, and the chief of the whole jail, would come out and check me out. So he has not been there yet. He has not, but the psychologist, she's over, she came by, and I think it was fine. He didn't go out here, like, sure, like, he was looking outside the window, you know, he just sounded so hot, it's like, here.
Let me see if I can get the closed captions up on here.
But I could look out the window, it's hot, here, it's just like, so hot. So if you can't see, it's in the mirror, they can see in, you can't see out.
Is it important to Dan get this guy to come sooner? Is that
Actually, back once, you know, let's get about their ball, right, we're going to far.
And I'm sure the psychologist was fine, so it's just a matter of waiting for that. I think it's the chief.
Yeah, they get the very far, and
Let me slow this down so we can hear everything that they're saying at this point.
It's okay, it was 15%, but you switch to a little battery and take raw, and then okay. It's like, you know, you could isolate them, you see it, yeah, of course, yeah, and that's how, it's like, you're doing the opposite of what I would do that, right, in the situation.
I know, but it sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, you know, like hopefully today. But then I'm in a rush, you know, you're in a rush, they're in a rush.
I was like, yeah, this kind of stuff all this happened, now, like, take it out, like, what we found is,
I know.
so, like, the solitary, I mean, I get why to do it, but this is like, you know, the company, a bed on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down here, and my bed sitting in a box. And a 3 feet by 6 foot box. For all the center of the room, or at least walk back and forth. So,
Here we go.
like, walk up and then around the bed and back.
And the same story with like they'll shut off the phones at 4, not till 6:30 back on, is that every?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just checking, just checking.
Hey, Allie. What's up, AOBD? Hold on a minute. Hey, y'all. This should be a quick one. Hey, Allie. What's up, AOBD? So we're just watching the hearing. I gave the cliff notes on this case, Donald, and this is a Donna Adelson hearing. I'm not sure if both of you are familiar with the case. If not, I can give you the quick cliff notes version. This case has been going on for some time because there are many players in it. You guys can give me a 1 in the chat if you guys have heard of this case. If not, I can give you a quick. I actually wrote out the cliff notes because it's so detailed regarding this case. It's just crazy. Wake up. Hey, OBD, what's up? I hope y'all know I'm having the birthday celebration tomorrow. I hope you guys can make it. Let me give you the quick the Cliff Notes version. So this case is about Dan Markel. I like to talk about the victim. So Dan Markel, it was a prominent law professor at Florida State University. He was known for his sharp legal mind and contentious divorce from Wendy Adelson. Remember the name? Wendy. Remember the name? Adelson. All right. Markel was shot execution. Ooh, he was pow-powed execution style in his car in the driveway of his Tallahassee home. The red rum was initially thought to be a robbery gone wrong, but investigators later uncovered a red rum for hire plot. So police traced the crime back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. They are allegedly two men that are a part of the Latin Kings, two hitmen hired for the job. The case took a dramatic turn when Garcia's ex, Catherine Magbanua, was linked to the plot. Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson. There's the Adelson name again. Charlie Adelson is Wendy Adelson's brother. He was later arrested. So Wendy Adelson is like a princess of the family. Charlie Adelson was like her protector, as well as everyone else in her family. Their father was more of the shy, I don't know, like, I'm going to take whatever the family is, dishing out and putting on me. His mother, the mother who's on trial, who is going to be on trial, who is seen on the screen. Her name is Donna Adelson, and she was the person that laid down the law in the family. I'm gonna put it like that. So investigators believe the Adelson family orchestrated the hit to prevent Dan Markel, from restricting Wendy's ability to move their children out of Tallahassee. She was trying to take this man's children away from them, and he was very active in their lives, and he was fighting it. He was a professor, he had a law degree, and he knew what he was doing. So Wendy, it is important to note that Wendy Adelson is also a attorney. Okay, so Luis Rivera took a plea deal and cooperated, something that is unheard of in the gang culture. But it's unheard of, so we think, but it is heard of more than we'd like to believe that it's not heard of, because we're seeing it every day. So Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of first-degree red rum. Catherine Magbanua was found guilty in 2022 for acting as the go-between. She actually had 2 trials because she did win an appeal. She had another trial. She lost both trials. Now her children are without a mother and a father. She was the mother to her children, and Sigfredo Garcia was her longtime boyfriend and father of her children. But they were supposedly on the break when she was dating Charlie Adelson. Who am I? I didn't even say in the first half, and I didn't even write it here. Charlie Adelson was a dentist. My buttons is not working right now, but yeah, that deserved a horn. He was a dentist. You gave all this up for the jail cell, for the 6x9. And so Donna Adelson was arrested in November of 2023 at Miami International Airport while trying to flee the damn country. So prosecutors allege she played a major role in orchestrating the murder, the unaliving. She now faces serious charges and is seeking bond at today's hearing. The hearing will determine if Donna Adelson will remain in custody or be granted bond before trial. She needs to stay where she's at. Don't let the old lady look and the gray hair fool you. The prosecutor argues she is a flight risk. She sure is. Remember, she was arrested at Miami International Airport while trying to flee the country. So the case is one of the most high-profile red rum for hire cases in Florida history. So let's break that on down. So I just wanted to let you guys know what you are seeing and what we are watching today. Okay. Oh my goodness, Allie. That case is so sad. I was gonna do a not listen to the whole case. Well, maybe we can do. Tell me what you think in the chat once I start this back up. Tell me what your thoughts are, because I feel like a lot of the because there was the doubt of whether or not the mother actually touched or used the pow. You see the defense trying to shift blame and put everything on the mother. Oh, she was uncooperative. She didn't do this. We don't know. There was ammunition found in a pocketbook in the closet, which all seems staged. But what is so mind-boggling to me about this case, Allie, is that the constant mentioning of the son, my son from her, and also from the father sitting there. I only heard one detective so far say, I heard him say something about the girl. Nobody said anything about the daughter. So that is what's like really bothering me. So I don't know if I want to just condense all of that 403 information that they were giving us, like, oh, I entered the house. This is what I saw. This is what I think that the Jones, the first officer that was on the scene, I think he's important, and we could cut everybody else out. And then I think also the trainee and trainer duel, I think I actually like the trainee better than the trainers the trainer officers testimony. I actually love the trainee. I think he's going to be a great asset to the force if he can stay the course that he is from what we heard in this case. So tell me your thoughts. All right. No problem, Allie. But tell me your thoughts on what you think about that trial. I was going to just do a video, but if you want to do a watch of it, I'm just going to skip through all of those witnesses and just get to the I like the expert that they brought in about blood splash. She has her own independent office. I liked her, and then maybe one of the young ladies who just processed information at the scene and they don't know anything. They're just processing a scene. That's it. I think I wanted to just watch one of their testimonies and then just get to the other testimonies without watching the same stuff over and over and over again through different witnesses, because basically they're just asking the same questions. And the defense attorney, who, by the way, I'm going to give her props. If I needed defending, I would definitely want somebody like her to defend me. At the same time, her voice irritates me, but that's neither here nor there. We can talk about that later. But this case right here, this is just a bond here, and I just don't want to let you guys to let how she looks, how her age or anything fool you. This case has been going on for years. Kathy had 2 trials. I want to say that Rivera and Sigfredo, their trials were together, so that's 3. We had the Charlie Adelson trial. So yeah, there has been 4 trials. I do believe in this case that the daughter, Wendy Adelson, her interrogation video is hilarious to me, because you can tell that she knew this was going to happen. Allegedly. Allegedly she knew. You done drove past the scene. You're talking about you was on your way to an outing with your friends, but you need to go pass up, get a bottle of wine. But you went through the scenes by your ex-husband's house. You saw that it was blocked, so you went on the other street. No, I believe you was driving by to see was the deed done. So yeah, she's the only one that's free, with the exception of the father, which I don't think the father had too much to do with this or too much anything. He doesn't have, the father basically doesn't have a backbone. He's like, man, I take care of my family and that's it. So anyway, let's get on with this. I was getting the closed captions together. But I'm going to speed this back up once they finish with this phone part of it. AOBD, thank you so much for showing up always and being here, and always for your support. That means so much to me. Thank you. Allie, you as well. You know, girl. Let me turn this off completely, because this is Charlie Adelson on the phone, her son. And this is what part of this case is about today. Let me move this.
Yeah, 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid on a blog and they investigate.
I'm trying to move this caption somewhere.
And then they find out something, and then we will open
move them up into the right.
and then it can possibly lead to an appeal.
I'll just leave them there.
Basically, the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case. And he did that because he didn't want it to be appealed. The harder the judge rules, I guess there's more other issues that can come up, like a guy, Hank, Anderson, or whatever. I guess the harder the judge rules on the issues that are in the trial, the more likely there's that in television. Here the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there's that in television.
Oh, let me see. I was supposed to.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you. So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled that, if anything, he gave the the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want to get it out. Is that what I think? Well, I mean, he made that comment to me, that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. He let it bring stuff in. And I either said or I heard that he meant it, that there's not going to be, let things say that we're not all. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something, then it needs to be your due process. If you're going to do anything improper, things stop early, what's your reason for wanting to trial? If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee? Maybe you move it. I don't understand why they would want to do that.
Excuse me, my clothes are dry.
Look, I've said this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of.
Oh my God.
Taking care of some things through Steinberg. It's just Chad's been on the phone all day, and Susan, who's nice, on the full track. She's going to gather everything up and going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us. We've got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, working on that, and
Yep. Agreed. I'll do that.
You're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that.
She's hyperventilating because she hear herself on this tape. She like, dang it.
I'll speak again. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, John?
Investigator Newland, at that point, according to recording, Mrs. Adelson realized that Charlie Adelson is no longer on the call, correct?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Now, referring back to defense one,
All right, let me see.
that was
this.
call 562. At 15:07 or 3:07 and 7 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother back and call number 561?
He does.
And then at 15:08, 3:08 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mom again and call number 560?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 25 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fourth time and call number 559?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fifth time and call number 558?
He does.
And then again, at 15:22 or 3:22 and 33 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt for a sixth time to call his mother back and call number 557?
He does.
Were calls number 557, 558, 559, 560, or 561 successful?
They were not.
And why is that?
I do not know.
Is that because his PIN was already in use?
Don't know the answer.
But does that indicate to you that Charlie Adelson had been disconnected by 15:07 and 7 seconds, or 3:07 and 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, call number 547, the one the following morning. According to defense one, that call.
It's a whole
was 6:28 in
mess.
the morning.
Yes.
When
it
you
is.
look at the whole case.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you listened to that call recently.
I skimmed through the initial 60-plus minutes to the portion where we had a similar situation as the call we just listened to.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit 3 in public. And I'm only going to publish very briefly.
Any objection from the state?
Yes, sir.
Defense 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, you little sister.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon
All right,
County Jail.
let me slow it back down again because this is with
Please hang up and follow facility instructions.
Charlie.
This number is a private number. To instruct
Because she
Charlie
didn't
to
disconnect.
this recorded call,
All
press
keeps going.
to safely
So she's
proceed.
just gonna try to use this as a defense in this case.
In Defense 3, did we just hear that recording saying that it was going to be a recorded call?
Yes.
Okay, she's breathing like that, y'all, because she's an actress. I'm telling y'all, trust me.
What else can we have done? Anything else that we could possibly do? And now we have the best. Do we have the choice of something? We have the best. And we have Tallahassee. And I don't listen. Listen. Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? It's been an hour.
So at that point in time, approximately 58 minutes, a little bit past that.
Nobody yet.
We hear Donna realize that Charlie's no longer on the call.
That's what it appears, yes.
I'll play right. The cabinet involved, and yes.
Let me see if I can turn. I want to hear what she's saying because this is what they're trying to get at.
Should I can't, so I'm supposed to call Dad, but that's why.
What we're listening to now, Investigator Newland, is approximately an hour, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds is when that portion of the recording started. At this point, we're at 55 seconds.
I don't have a private line. So they need to hear me tell Dad to call Annie, or they're gonna hear me tell Ed. They might as well do this. I mean, what's the option? Or are they cutting him? No. No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business and the possible to talk to Ron about, and it's involved.
I think I got the wrong timestamp there. Just give me a moment.
Oh, he playing the wrong dag one. Too much.
I'll call you when I get off, so I'm not gonna call. Maybe I'll call her before Wednesday comes. I'll call them, Charlie calls them, I'm gonna get off, so, yeah. So the things that we wanted to him to, we'll talk about in more detail later. I'll tell our phone first, you need to come here, but I realize that, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell her, we'll be in the country. They're not recording my phone. They are.
They're not recording my phone. That's what you just said on the recording, correct?
Followed by something if they are something.
Now, as with the calls on November 7th, after
You heard her say she
Charlie
was
disconnected
fleeing the country.
at about 58 minutes into that call, did he attempt to call
Eula's sister, I have cliff notes. I'll give, in 1 second, I'll
in
give you the
call
cliff
number
notes. I just want to get
546,
through this hard to hear part,
7:38 in the
but
morning?
it's a lot of parts to it.
I gotta catch up with you here. So that call was the call on November 8th.
Correct. So we were talking about call 547. That's the one that was just
Right.
introduced.
Okay, so at 6:38, that call was made.
So
then-
546 did,
Yes.
and that would be on July 8th.
November 8th.
I'm sorry, November 8th, 2023 at 7:38 in the morning.
Yes.
And did that call connect?
Does not appear.
Call number 545, November 8th, 2023 at 7:40 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Does not appear to.
And these are call number 546, 545, 544. Those are from Charlie to his mother.
Correct.
Call number 543, November 8th, 2023 at 7:44 in the morning. Did that call connect?
So 543 is at 7:45. There was 7:44, 7:45. Neither one of those connected.
Okay, so 544, 543, those did not connect.
They did not.
And those were from Charlie to his mother.
Yes.
And then call number 542 at 7:52 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Call number 541 at 7:54 in the morning.
Did not connect.
God, it's it.
Now I want to take a step back.
All right, so while they wait, so let me just bring you Eula's sister. Hey, girl. So let me just bring you up to speed really quick. Where are my cliff notes? I have cliff notes to this case because there are so many different moving parts. So this is the case of, I like to say the victim's name. His name was Dan Markel. He was a prominent law professor at Florida State University. He was known for his sharp legal mind and his contentious divorce from Wendy Adelson. So, on July 18th of 2014, Markel was pow execution style in his car in the driveway of his Tallahassee home. The red rum was initially thought to be a robbery gone wrong, but investigators later uncovered a red rum for hire plot. And I must tell you that his children were just dropped off, and they did not live far. They did not go to school far from the home. So this was really, jacked up. So police traced the crime back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, who both are allegedly part of the Latin Kings. They were the two hitmen hired for the job. The case took a dramatic turn when Garcia's ex, Catherine Magbanua, was linked to the plot. Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson. Now, remember Wendy Adelson in the beginning? Her and Charlie Adelson are brother and sister. They think that she's like the princess of their family. Charlie is like her protector. The mother, who is this bond hearing for, is Donna Adelson, and she was like she ruled the family and what went on in the family with an iron fist. So don't let the fact that she's old and the white hair fool you, because if you go back and see the bump that they did. They went undercover and an agent, an FBI agent, bumped her and gave her a note. But he was a big burly guy. He looked crazy. Gave her a note, and is basically saying, basically it said, I'm just paraphrasing, they want this amount of money or else. She already paid. They already paid for what they got, which was the unaliving of him. But they were trying to now, I guess, act like they were going to extort them because they held their secret. She's like, how do they know who I am? Like, she went through the whole thing and their phones were tapped and everything. How do they know who I am? And But when he bumped her on the street, she wasn't shocked. She wasn't scared. None of that. It just was like, psh. And he gave her the note and walked away. So that was something that was set up by them. And that's part of how they got her. So, police traced the crime. Oh, okay. So I already read that. So let me go back down here to my note. So, Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson, Wendy Adelson's brother, and he was arrested. So investigators believe the Adelson family orchestrated the hit to prevent Markel from restricting Wendy's ability to move their children out of Tallahassee. So she was basically like wanted to move her children away from their father. He was a very hands-on father, very active in their life. And so he fought it. And, he kept winning, like, no, you cannot move these children away from their father. They know their father, they know who he is. So the divorce and custody battle played a key role in escalating tensions between Markel and the Adelsons. And when I say Adelsons, I mean plural, the family. They have one brother who decided, I'm not getting involved in this nonsense. This is crazy. Don't even call me with it. Basically, they have a phone call from him. Well, basically, he said that, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. This is crazy. I don't want to have nothing to do with this mess. Leave me out of it. So Luis Rivera took a plea deal and cooperated. Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of first-degree red rum. Catherine Magbanua was found guilty in 2022 for acting as the go-between. So Catherine Magbanua had two trials. She lost the first trial. She won it on appeal. She went back, for her second trial and lost it. So now she's serving life. Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022 and convicted in 2023. He is now serving life, and they just moved him from Florida to, I believe he's in Texas, maybe something like that. I believe so. And also Wendy Adelson, the only person that is free, with the exception of their father, who needs to be brought to justice, I believe. If you go back and watch her testimony in the Magbanua, in her trial, she had to testify twice. Wendy, we don't believe you. So, but as of now, she's free. She wasted no time changing those boys' name from she wasted no time changing their name from Markel to Adelson. Like, why? She said she did it for the protection of her children because the Markel name would bring them harm and they would be ridiculed in school. No, I think the Adelson's name would do that. So you're making no sense, Wendy. She's very smart, very, clever, but I believe that she's doomed to be clinked. I think they're gonna get her. So, but that is just what I think. That's a lot of people's hope on the internet that followed this case, and a lot of people do follow this case. A lot of the attorneys follow this case because it's very interesting. But there are a lot of moving parts, as you can see. This started back in 2014 was when he was unalive. So in November of 2023, Donna Adelson, Wendy's mother, this lady on the screen here, this hearing that we're having, was arrested at Miami International Airport while trying to flee the country. You heard what I said. She tried to leave. She tried to go to a country that would not extradite her. So prosecutors allege she played a major role in orchestrating the Red Rum. She now faces serious charges and is seeking bond at today's hearing. The hearing will determine if Donna Adelson will remain in custody or be granted bond before the trial. The prosecution argues she is a flight risk, given her attempted escape at Miami International Airport in November 2023. So the case is one of the most high-profile Red Rum for hire cases in Florida history. It has so many moving parts. So that's what we're here today. And I really wanted to go ahead and, it's a lot. So I really wanted to go ahead and listen to this because this woman is very entitled and she's very delusional. And like the things that she's saying about things she can't enjoy because she's arrested or things she can't eat is one part in here that is so funny. Child, like she did all sorts of things to Dan Markel when he was alive. And so it is laughable. Some of the things that she's complaining about in jail are the very things that you were against when you were on the street, because it would be things that would go with Dan Markel's religion. He's Jewish, and so they eat a kosher diet. So when they got married, Wendy and Dan got married, the mother ordered a kosher-like dinner. So that means that the most of the people that was there could not enjoy and eat because the food wasn't kosher. In this hearing, you're going to hear she's complaining about the food. And they said she ordered a kosher meal. How freaking ironic. Girl, if you don't go somewhere and sit down. She done been quoting all sorts of lies. There's been a lot of hearings regarding her where she's very entitled. She's a narcissist. She can't close her mouth. This hearing was the first hearing that I've seen and listened to that she was I didn't listen to the end of the hearing. I kind of fell asleep on it, but this is the first time that she is a little humble to me. But a lot of the crying that she's doing in the beginning of the video is because she sees her husband in the her husband is sitting out there. Another thing, she's crying for herself. Another thing, she's desperate. So there you go. She is a bull in a skirt. So I don't understand.
The call that Charlie Adelson made was to his mother's cell phone, correct?
That is... Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. You've been on your cell phone when a call drops, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there could be a number of reasons for that, right?
Yes.
It could be because of tower issues. Could be because of battery issues.
It could be numerous issues, yes.
Or it could be that the person on the other end just hangs up.
Could be.
Those are termination of those calls, correct?
For one end of it, at least.
And when that happens to you, Does the call continue or just stop?
A little too technical for me, to be honest.
Well, you've been on the phone, realize that somebody's not there, you look at your phone, it says call failed,
Yes.
okay? Or there's just nothing on your screen?
Usually when the call fails, you get a beep beep and it's done.
But that's if it fails on your end, correct?
Yes.
So you've been on the phone, on your cell phone, talking with somebody. You didn't realize that they got disconnected. You're still talking, right?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. So with calls 561, 560, 559, 558, 557, as well as calls 546, 545, 544, 543, 542, and 541, those don't connect with Donna Adelson because Securus is still recording, correct?
That's too technical for me. I don't know why they don't connect.
Is Securus still recording?
It is, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. So, when a call is made from Leon County Jail to a person receiving that call, both parties are alerted that that call is being recorded before that the person receiving the call can accept the call and talk to the inmate. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also lets the receiver of that call know that they need to hang up in order to not be recorded, right?
Correct.
Are there hundreds of calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson while Charlie Adelson was in custody of Leon County Jail?
I would say there's thousands.
I know that you haven't heard all of the thousands, but in most of the calls that you've heard, besides the two we've heard today, does Donna Adelson properly hang up the phone at the end of the call?
Yes, the ones that ended properly, yes.
Okay. And the defense showed you while Donna Adelson was still on the line on her and Charlie's previous call, on these over the line calls, that there appear to be several attempts by Charlie Adelson to try to call her back.
Correct.
If her phone is still on the previous call, and she's not looking at her phone, could it be that she doesn't see that the Leon County Jail is calling her, is attempting to call her back, but she doesn't see her call waiting, if she's not looking at her phone?
That's a possibility.
And in one of the recordings the defense played, she says, she seems to be not sure that they're recording her. She says, they're not recording my phone. If they are, and then it was cut off.
No, there's more to that conversation.
Okay.
We didn't hear.
In that part that we heard, does it just that she seemed to be unsure whether her phone can be recorded or not? When she says, they're not recording on my phone, if they are.
Yeah, I'm not following the question here.
Okay.
I would object to calls for speculation.
All allowance given to clarify your question before an objection or answer is given.
Let me just ask then, the portion that you were played by defense counsel, in that portion, did Donna Adelson say, they're not recording my phone, if they are?
Yes.
On the open line call, that the first one that the defense moved in, that where Donna Adelson talks about fleeing to a non-extraditable country, and the other information in this case from November 7th, if Donna Adelson had properly hung up, would the recording have stopped?
Yes.
And we would not be able to then hear the conversation that occurred in her home?
No.
Did law enforcement, or did law enforcement do anything to keep her from hanging up?
No.
And when I say law enforcement, I mean the state.
No.
Have you ever had a call with a friend where all of a sudden you can't hear the person and they no longer are able to hear you?
Yes.
And the call has still been pending there on your phone, it wasn't call failed?
Yes.
Would you then need to hang up the phone to ensure that the person on the other end wasn't just hearing your conversations as you went? about your day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move into redirect, Mr. Zellman, I do have a question. I'll allow both parties to follow up. Investigator Newland, based on the records that you have in front of you, are there any instances or do you have any knowledge of there being disconnected calls prior to November 7th of 2023?
Not at this moment. I would have to go back and look.
Both parties may follow up as the court's question if you desire to do so.
No follow-up.
Briefly. And so, as you sit here today, you're not aware of any other similar situations happening in the thousands of calls.
None of the ones that I've listened to, no.
But you could pull a report that may or may not show calls consistent with what we've presented here this morning.
Yes, I can go pull a report. Yes.
And if that's what the court is asking, you could do that.
I can.
Okay. Now, when an individual such as Charlie, an inmate, makes that call, makes a call, he's using his PIN as we established earlier, correct?
Yes, he's using his PIN when he makes a call, yes.
Now I'm going to show you, are you familiar with the Next Gen Secure Communications Platform?
Next Gen Secure, I
So
guess
when-
not.
When you download the calls and it goes into a folder on a drive or your computer, you have to click on the Show CD icon, and that pulls up a web browser, correct?
So you're talking about when I extract a
Yes.
set of calls, it gives us an email, it gives us a download, and the download has 3 or 4 folders in it.
Yes.
And those folders contain all kinds of stuff, so yes.
Mayor, may I approach?
You may.
This is not marked. You familiar with that?
I've actually never looked at this.
Now, earlier we talked about call numbers 547, 546, 544, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to show you call number 562 on this document. Take a look at Defense 1. Is the information consistent with what is on Defense 1?
This one indicates call part. So there's a little bit more details in here?
So
And it's-
call number 561, 560, 559, did that indicate account in use?
It does.
Now, during the portion of Defense Exhibit 2 that we listened to, prior to Mrs. Adelson realizing that Charlie is no longer on the call, is there any discussion about the phrase non-extraditable country?
In the 11.7 or the 11.8 call?
11-7.
Oh, I'd have to go back and listen to it again. I know it was talking about getting out of the country and stuff like that, but I'd have to go listen to it again.
At any point in any of those calls, and this is probably more relevant for the bond, does Mrs. Adelson indicate she's not returning? Does she say she's not coming back?
No, but the 11.8 call, she did say that she's going to have to tell Wendy we are leaving the country. There was no indication of coming back from that.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
You may step down. To accommodate Mr. Toomey, we will take the one witness as to the Arthur aspect of this at this point.
His name was Mike Hayden.
And Your Honor, would invoke the rule for any witnesses that are here for the bond hearing?
That's fine. Please step outside and do not discuss your testimony with any other party if you are here for the bond portion of the hearings today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly, Mr. Hayden. You may examine this duty when you're ready.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, Mike Hayden, M-I-K-E-H-A-Y-D-E-N.
And where do you work?
I work for guest care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more
Oh,
time?
at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the health service administrator
How long have you been health service administrator there?
since January of 24.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training and experience for your position?
So I'm a registered nurse. I started with corrections. I have 5 years of experience in healthcare administration, so starting progressively from director of administration to health administrator. I'm currently a travel health service administrator for the company.
Okay. What type of medical treatment can be provided at Leon County Jail?
So we are basic life saving, so we are limited to advanced life saving, but anywhere from wound care, chronic care medications to emergency management.
Are there people in,
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I apologize.
Mr. Toomey, I'm just going to mute you for now. If you need to get involved in some way or make an objection of some sort, at that point, you may unmute. Please continue, Mr. Toomey.
are there people with very serious medical conditions in Leon County Jail or who have been in Leon County Jail, even as serious as cancer?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of medical staff does Leon County Jail have there on site?
So we have dental assistants, we have dentists, LPNs, CNAs, RNs, we have mental health professionals, psychiatrists, mid-level, so a nurse practitioner, and a doctor, medical doctor.
Is there a nurse on site 24/7?
Yes.
the doctor and the ARNP, those would be the folks that can prescribe medications or refer a person to a specialist. What are their hours there?
So they're Monday through Friday.
Okay, like a normal business hours, 8 to 5. Are they on call though, other than those hours?
Yes.
Okay. What about an inmate's having a medical emergency? They're unconscious, heart attack, stroke, uncontrolled bleeding. What happens then?
So we refer to the outside emergency room. So we're basic life saving. So CPR, we can do CPR and things like that until EMS can arrive and take to stabilize.
Okay, but anyone can say this person needs to go to the hospital,
Yes.
not even if a doctor isn't there on site?
Correct.
Okay. Do inmates have like a call button in their room where they can alert COs if they are having a medical emergency?
In some of the cells in the medical unit, yes, they do.
What about non-emergency requests? How does an inmate make a request for a non-emergency treatment?
So they have paper forms, and it's healthcare request forms, and they fill those out and they hand them to the nurse during my pass.
And the nurses are then the people who review those?
Yes.
If the nurse decides that an inmate needs to see the ARNP or a doctor, will they facilitate that?
Yes.
If the nurse decides the inmate needs to see a doctor, are the inmates then able to see the doctor, usually within a day or two?
Yes.
Okay. Even if it's on a Saturday, they might wait to see the doctor on Monday unless it's an emergency?
Correct.
Okay. I guess that's obviously depending on the nature of the request. Okay. In your experience, is that turnaround as far as I have this issue and I'd like to see a doctor, is that typically faster than people out of custody are able to get an appointment with their doctor?
Yes.
Does Leon County Jail provide treatment for elective procedures or things that an inmate would like to have treatment for?
So what we do is we use interqual, and that will be as a system of showing medical necessity. So if there's a request, if the patient requests anything, you will see the provider, they'll assess the need, and they push it up to our utilization management team. If there is a need, then they will facilitate.
So a medical necessity?
Yes.
Okay. If Donna Adelson was seen by medical staff or is seen by medical staff for a medical necessity that they can treat, will they treat it?
Absolutely.
If it's not something that the medical staff at Leon County Jail can treat, will they get her care from a specialist for that necessity or take her to the hospital for that necessity?
Yes.
Have the medical staff evaluated her ailments listed in her motion to determine whether those are necessities or not?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review her medical records before court today?
I have.
Has medical staff observed and through any of her appointments any hearing loss that was noted in the medical records?
Nothing noted in medical records, no.
Have they noted any sort of medical necessity when it comes to having her needing to see a specialist for earwax removal several times a year? If for some reason that was deemed a necessity by the doctor in the future, would they facilitate that?
Absolutely.
But at this point, they said they
Sorry,
was after Donna Adelson complained of shortness of breath, was a chest X-ray done?
Yes.
And did it show that her lungs were clear, so to speak, nothing abnormal?
Yes, it did.
A negative X-ray. Was she given like an inhaler treatment of albuterol though because of her complaints of shortness of breath?
Yes. So she's had they had ordered albuterol treatment since 2023, but recently she reported that she has kind of an exacerbation or worsening of that. So the provider, when she listened to the lungs and none were cleared, she did order a scheduled breathing treatment for a few days. I think it was 5 days total.
Okay. The breathing treatment being the albuterol
Yes,
medication
that
that you
helped make
inhale.
open. Yeah.
Okay. But they did do a chest X-ray to see if maybe something
addition,
more
sure.
was at play here, and nothing was there.
That's clear, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna Adelson complained of pain in her left shoulder arm area. Was an X-ray done of that area as well to see whether there was any fractures, dislocations, something that she needed further treatment for?
Yes.
And was there any fracture or dislocation seen on the X-ray? Was that a no?
No.
Did medical staff give her some range of motion exercises she could do to possibly help with her pain in her shoulder?
Based on notes, I think the limited range of motion was the provider's assessment of it, so it was noted that she had limited range of motion, and that's what indicated the need for the X-ray just to see where we were at.
Okay. So they did notice the limited range of motion. They did the X-ray, and the X-ray was negative.
Yes.
Okay. And did Donna Adelson report mild pain to the provider on February 3rd, 2025, regarding her left upper extremity with a limited range of motion?
Yes.
If either of these X-rays, be it the left upper extremity or the chest, showed need for further treatment, that showed that she does have this medical necessity that needs to be addressed, would the jail have gotten the treatment that she needed?
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of other things. Throughout her medical records,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
What's the basis?
The basis of the objection is we were provided late last week, with a stack of medical records that are from the jail facility regarding Mrs. Adelson. We inquired as to what the lawful process was used in order to obtain those medical records, and we never got a response from the state. And before this hearing started this morning, I asked if they were going to introduce the medical records, and they're not. But it's clear that they've had discussions with this witness about Mrs. Adelson's medical records. They did not give notice of issuance of a subpoena so that we could object. We're not aware of any search warrant that's been given. Our client certainly didn't sign a waiver in any way, so it appears that they have unlawfully obtained the medical records of our client. And this witness's testimony should be stricken from the record and no further testimony allowed.
Student response?
I was not aware that They did not get a response from Mr. Newland about how these were obtained. I can ask Mr. Newland what exactly his subpoena issuance entailed to get the records. I reviewed them this week since I was at trial last week, and the witness has obviously reviewed them because he's a medical administrator and would have access to them regardless. I am not moving them into evidence because I know if they're moved into evidence, then they're obviously going to be all for medical records into evidence. I just plan to ask the witnesses about them as far as the certain things that are relevant to the motion.
So we do not have to prolong this. Mr. Hayden, if you can step down for the moment to determine how the records were obtained. As part of the motion for setting bond does go to the sufficiency of medical care. In that way, if Mr. Hayden has knowledge of the care that has been given and what has taken place concerning your client, he is permitted to testify to that. As to any other records, if there's a lawful objection that you wish to make, that will be addressed. Please bring in Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Could I have a couple of questions I could ask Mr. Hayden while he's on his way down that don't pertain to the medical records?
That's fine.
Okay.
Please take a stand again, Mr. Hayden.
Just because I know we're on a time crunch with the witness on Zoom. Does the medical staff at Leon County Jail practice evidence-based medicine?
Yes.
Hey,
What does that mean?
always.
So for medicine, evidence-based is all the peer reviews, so past studies.
How are
it's
ya?
what every medical professional should be using in the community. It's just based on prior trial and error resources, studies, research.
Do they? Does that mean that the doctors not only aren't just listening to what the inmate is telling them is wrong, but they're also looking at ordering tests, looking at X-rays, observing the patient to see if they also have any other evidence besides what the inmate is saying is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Why might that be important to do at a jail?
Well, the majority of our patients lack the knowledge or education about their personal health. Many of them have never been diagnosed with things, especially mental health disorders. We found people have cancer and never realized it. So it's important that the providers use the community standards and evidence-based to make sure we're providing the appropriate care.
Do inmates at the jail, could inmates at the jail also have a secondary reason or gain as to saying that they have some sort of medical issue that they may not really have?
Absolutely.
Is that as far as being able to get out of custody, being able to go stay in a hospital or a treatment center as opposed to being in custody at a jail?
Or attempt escape, yes.
Okay. And so is that an important reason why the jail staff turns to X-rays, their physical observations through their evaluation of the patient, or any other evidence that they can point to see that there is some medical treatment or medical necessity there?
Yes, I can't speak for the jail staff, but as far as the healthcare staff, we use evidence-based to ensure that we're providing adequate care.
Okay. And does the jail prescribe narcotic pain medication?
No.
Okay. So the pain medication that Donna Adelson and other inmates receive for pain is over-the-counter type medication?
Correct.
Why does the jail not prescribe narcotic pain medication?
So that is something that usually most jails and facilities don't because it's a currency, it's highly abused, and it can cause safety issues within the facility.
So someone could say they need it and they don't really need it to support some type of addiction to it.
Correct.
Or even if they do really need it, it could cause other inmates, they could cause them to be a target by other
Yes.
inmates. I think that's all I have.
Are you planning to go any further examination on the line that you were inquiring of before, Ms. Dugan?
No, sir.
Step down, Mr. Hayden.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, before you do, please, cross-examination by the defendants.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Prior to coming here today, did you have an opportunity to discuss the medical condition of Mrs. Adelson with anyone at the state attorney's office?
Outside, right here.
Okay, and who did you speak with here?
Female
Prosecutor,
female
Mr. Suppression?
prosecutor.
Okay, and the medical records that were provided to the state attorney's office, did you review all of those?
I did.
You did. When did you review those?
Over the course of, just knowing it's a patient of ours.
Okay. You testified, I want to make sure I understand correctly, Mrs., the prosecutor just asked you about the button being in some units where if there was a medical emergency, that the inmates could alert the staff that they were having a medical emergency. Did I understand your answer to be that those are in some of the cells in the medical unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in the other units?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the way that an inmate is supposed to request medical care is there's a form that they're supposed to complete, correct?
For non-emergent healthcare.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how within the staff at the jail those are given to the inmates?
Yes, they're provided by custody staff, and the nurses also carry them.
Okay. Are you aware from the record that you reviewed that Mrs. Adelson actually requested, most recently on February the 1st, when she was cut on the metal of a washing machine in the unit, that she actually requested the nurse who was present inside the pod in the annex where she was, she requested a form so she could make a request for a Band-Aid, and they said they didn't have any? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I do see that she placed a sick call request and she was seen.
Ms. Fulford, before you continue, I believe you just objected to the state in any way referencing the records that you appear to be cross-examining on
I
now.
thought you were asking me to do my cross, Judge.
I am asking you to do your cross. However, if you are going to examine the witness concerning the records you're objecting to the state using, the state, that will be available to the state, all topics that are raised.
Then I don't want to cross until we find out.
This judge is a no-nonsense judge. What up for always? Thank you so much for joining and always showing support. I don't know if you heard of this case. If not, I can bring you up to speed. But I like the way and the fact that this judge is a no-nonsense judge, and he's not trying to hear this attorney trying to be slick. You can't object to something when the state is asking a question about something, and they're getting a witness to the stand that can answer the questions that may get these medical records tossed out. But now you want to ask this young man on the stand questions about the medical records that you objected to. And it's a good thing that this judge is paying attention. He's basically has had it with Ms. Adelson with all of the whining and stuff behind bars. If you don't want to have to abide by jail rules, don't do crimes. So basically, in a nutshell, I have cliff notes, but I'm going to shorten the cliff notes. So basically, this is a case about Donna Adelson. She is an older woman. Don't let the old look fool you. That allegedly orchestrated a hit on her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markel, who was a prominent law professor at Florida State University. He was known for his sharp legal mind and his contentious divorce from her daughter, Wendy Adelson. So he was pout execution style in his car, in his driver, in the driveway of his Tallahassee home. So they thought that it was initially they thought it was a robbery gone wrong. And they later uncovered it was a red rum for hire. They tracked the crime back to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, two men who are allegedly a part of the Latin Kings, who were hired for the job. Garcia's ex-girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, who is also the mother of his children, were linked to the plot. She was dating Charlie Adelson, who is Donna Adelson's son, the woman sitting in the courtroom, and Wendy Adelson's brother. Wendy was treated like a princess. Charlie Adelson always felt like he needed to protect her. That was their family dynamic. And the mother ruled the house with the iron fist. The father really didn't have any say in anything, really. Some of the stuff he did not even know was going on. So they wanted to, they believe they orchestrated this hit to prevent Marco from restricting Wendy from moving out of Tallahassee with his children. He was a very active parent in his children's life. He had two sons. So the divorce and the custody battle is played a key role in the escalating tensions between Marco and the Adelsons. So Luis Rivera took a plea deal and cooperated. Sigfredo Garcia was convicted of first-degree red rum. Catherine Magbanua was found guilty in 2022 for acting as the go-between, and Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022 and convicted in 2023. They are all serving life sentences. So in November of 2023, they arrested this woman, Donna Adelson, at Miami International Airport. She was trying to flee the country. So she played a key role in orchestrating the red rums, the prosecutors believe, and she's now facing serious charges and she's seeking a bond. And this was the bond hearing that was held for her yesterday. This hearing will determine if Donna Adelson will remain in custody or be granted bond before the trial. So the prosecution is arguing that she's a flight risk, given her attempted escape and arrest at Miami International Airport. And it is important to note that she was trying to escape to a country where they don't extradite back to the United States. The case is the most high-profile red rum for hire case in Florida history. One of them. They don't have too many, but this is one of them. It has so many moving parts, so many different people. The only one that's free is Mr. Adelson and Wendy Adelson, who plays is a key factor in this case, because this unaliving was done for her because she wanted to move out of Tallahassee, take her children away from their father, and he was an attorney. She is also an attorney. He fought back, and the courts was telling her, no, you can't go anywhere. And so I do believe, as I said earlier, even though this case happened back in 2014, the unaliving, that's where it started. You see, Donna Adelson is incarcerated and has not yet been to trial. The trial was had started but was delayed. I do believe that Wendy eventually will be brought in and brought to justice, because nobody can tell me that she didn't know about what's going on with this case and had nothing to do with it. So that is the Cliff Notes, and I just wanted to give the judge his props, because he does not play. He didn't play during some of during like the case and that he presided over as a result to this case, and he just does not play at all. He's basically, it's the law, I don't have time. He is hilarious. Just listen to him when defense attorneys start to go up on a tangent and letting Donna say what she want to say. And I want to say that this is the first hearing that she's humbled a little bit, just a little bit. She's a lot. She has like narcissistic tendencies, and when a narcissist gets cut or hurt, they don't stop. They need to have the last word. So previously she couldn't curb that, but today I think she's very desperate now. I think she's very desperate, but the tears that she cried in the beginning was for herself and because she saw her husband sitting in the gallery. And some of the stuff is, you can tell that she forgets to breathe hard because she's supposed to be having this breathing condition where she started breathing. She had sciatica conditions, but it was from 10 years ago. Then it appeared, and only during a lot comes with this woman. So that is what's in this hearing. But previous hearings and like outbursts that she has made in the courtroom that have like, ma'am, what are you doing? So she's a lot, and don't look at her as, oh, this friend. Oh, no. It is just my opinion from watching this case and knowing what I know. Like, baby, she set this whole thing up. Allegedly. I gotta say allegedly. Because she on trial for that. So allegedly, she set this whole thing up, honey. And you went to great lengths. Ciao, y'all. So we listening to it on a higher speed. If it's too fast for anybody, just please let me know in the chat and I'll slow it down a little bit. But didn't want to listen to it on normal speed because it's a waste of time. Like, yeah, we can get it on this speed, and I have the closed caption on. So
How they got the records, because my cross is all about that.
Please bring in Investigator Newell. Mr. Hayden, you may step down. Not yet. Please step down from now.
He's not playing. He's no nonsense. Not yet.
Investigator, you remain under oath. Ms. Dugan, you may inquire as to how the records of the defendant were obtained as to the medical
Girl,
records.
no, that's
How about
anybody.
records of the defendant obtained?
Tell me your mother be like that.
My subpoena?
Let me go to the microphone. Who did you subpoena?
Yes, Care.
Is that a company who maintains the medical records for the jail?
I believe it's the medical oversight for the Leon County Detention Facility.
And what, do you remember the day that occurred?
So there's been twice that this occurred. We had a hearing previously, several months back, a while ago, after transport, where we had to subpoena the records, and Yes Care brought those with them then. And then last week, I got asked to draft another subpoena for records for this hearing, and that was the extent.
Was that by Ms. Kappelman or Mr.
Yes.
Toomey?
My understanding is Mr. Toomey advised Ms. Kappelman to have a subpoena drafted.
Okay, so she's asking him questions, and he says, I need a subpoena, and so then you did the subpoena?
Correct.
Okay, and then was the subpoena sent to Mr. Toomey, or to Yes Care?
To Yes Care, yeah, which he's the representative.
How long did it take to get the records back after the subpoena was sent?
I honestly don't know if we have them back. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
Any other information you can give us about the subpoena process?
That's it.
Okay. Do you know was the defense, if we did receive a copy of the records, would they have been sent to defense by Ms. Kaplan's assistant?
That's standard. Once we receive it, we'll put it in discovery and provide it, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any conversations in the last week or two with the defense about the subpoena process?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the court?
I have no other questions concerning this. If the defense have any questions as to the subpoena.
Yes, but I have just a moment, Judge. Prior to obtaining the subpoena, did you give any notice to the defense attorneys on behalf of Ms. Adelson that you were going to seek her medical records?
No.
Were you instructed to do that by anyone in the state attorney's office?
No.
Is this just typically the practice that you use, obtaining medical records without giving notice to the defense?
No, my understanding was Mr. Toomey said, please provide me a subpoena and I will bring the records with me to the hearing. That's the extent of what I understood to occur.
I don't have anything further this week.
Mr. Dugan, do you have any other examination as to the subpoena or the obtaining of records?
No, sir.
You may step down, investigator. Mr. Hayden, if you can take the witness stand once again. Concerning the examination of Mr. Hayden, I will rule the following. Any knowledge that he has based on his independent review of the records as a member of the jail staff providing medical care to the inmates, if he has knowledge of the defendant's records, he certainly may testify on that basis. If the defense is continuing to object to any use of the records by the state today, that will be handled as a separate matter. However, as well, if there is going to be cross-examination as to the specifically objected to records, that is going to open the door on any redirect on topics raised. You may continue your cross-examination at this point.
Thank you, Judge. You indicated in your testimony that at the jail, the health care that's provided would be for basic life-saving techniques. Is that it?
As far as emergency, yes, ma'am.
Just for emergencies?
Emergencies, yes.
Okay.
We don't have advanced life-saving medications there. They have to be sent to the emergency room.
Okay, and you also indicated in your testimony that the medical care provider, the doctor, I guess, who it is, who may be treating an inmate who's requested medical care, makes their decision based on evidence. Is that right?
Evidence-based practice.
Okay, and your evidence-based practice, your testimony could be what they observed with the particular inmate and other evidence as well. Is that right?
So evidence-based practice is, we use a standard, like community, the same level of care that you would get in the community is what we provide.
I'm sorry?
We use community-based practice, so it's based on evidence-based practice.
And the evidence that you would have is whatever the inmate is providing to you, correct?
Well, so basically what it is if someone has heart failure, there's a system that we use to make sure that that patient is being cared for appropriately based on the indications, what the illness does to the body, things like that. So it's a standard way of practicing medicine.
And based on that practice, then, the standard way of practicing medicine, if someone tells you they're experiencing shortness of breath, you said an x-ray was done because she made that complaint, correct?
She was assessed, and then the provider also added the x-ray to that, yes.
Okay, and that's something that should be done as part of a normal, right? If someone says, I've got shortness of breath, you should get them for an x-ray. That's part of what should take place,
Yes,
correct? Okay. As part of the medical care that's provided by your company at the Leon County Detention Facility, do you all do steroid injections in the spine?
No, that would be something that would be sent out for a consult to a specialist.
And do you do that without court order?
To provide care?
Yes.
Yes, we can provide care without a court order.
For always, no. I think we all had tried to have the last word with our parents. That's hilarious. I was cracking up. Shout out to Allie for gifting the membership. If you received an membership, that is Miss. That's Miss 2T. You know, I call her Miss 2T. If she is in here, sometimes they get memberships and they are not here. Allie, thank you so much for always supporting and growing the channel. And if anybody is here, you are a member, please drop some survivor bucks down in the chat for Allie. And also I'm gonna just drop my my emojis, and also you can drop a ribbon and a heart, which is my emojis. And I'll just drop my emojis down in the chat. As a thank you to Allie. Let's just play our thank you slide for Allie because we do appreciate her over here. Thank you so much. I'm sure Miss 2T will be grateful as well. I do know who she is. she normally catches the lives. She's normally in the car listening. So thank you for that, Allie.
Thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all.
All right, thank you, Allie. And I do hope you all can. My birthday is tomorrow. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. That is tomorrow, though. So I'm going to be here, and we're having a celebration at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some giveaways. I'm not sure. But yeah, I already have that scheduled. I scheduled it yesterday. I'll be sure to add it to my community wall, and I wish that everyone that is here would be able to come over and participate. Shout out to the people watching on X. I do appreciate you. I will be so helpful if you can come on over and hit the like button over here on YouTube. So the birthday celebration will only be happening over here on the YouTube channel. And I do have a Cash App or Chime if you'd like to donate to the birthday girl, which would be me. I think I'm going to go out and find me a tiara or something like that. But my birthday is tomorrow. Tomorrow, thankful for making it to another year. 2024 was rough, and 2025 is proving to be 2025, and that's all I'm going to say. Let's get back to the video. Thank you, Allie.
You do. That's the policy at the Leon County Detention Facility, that if a specialist is required, you all send the inmate out without a required court order if it's a non-emergency
We
situation.
send people out for non-emergency consults weekly,
Okay, great.
almost daily. Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
And as far as the hearing issue goes, you said that the decision about not doing the procedure within her ear, that's because you all don't provide it.
Currently, we just got this request, and this is something that is new to us. We never had any history or any records of that. When she made the issue, when she put the request in, she was assessed by the provider, and the provider saw nothing on her assessment. Not to say that if there is an actual need, we can accommodate that. We can coordinate her care.
So that was a recent request as far as you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Retroactive examination.
Recent as in the request as to the ears occurred in February
Correct.
of 2025?
So reason is, based on her medical history that she reported at the time she was booked in.
Okay. And the doctor did not notice any hearing loss at that time? Or didn't
Based
note
on
any
the,
hearing
right,
loss?
based on the report, on her assessment.
Okay. And every time she's been seen, the doctors have reported that her respiratory system appeared clear. She appeared to have no issue receiving air.
Correct.
And her oxygen levels, her pulse oxygen levels were always around about 98. Is that normal to be like between 96 and 100?
So in normal ranges.
Okay. For the cut that she received on Saturday, February 1st, she ended up receiving Neosporin and a Band-Aid for her cut?
Yes, and then they followed up, I believe it was a week after, about 7 days after the initial assessment, the skin protocol was initiated, and they found that there was no signs and symptoms of infection, and at that time she was educated to report any signs or any worsening of the condition.
And she did receive a tetanus shot?
Yes.
Just in case? That's all.
You may step down, Mr. Chairman. Let's resume with the suppression aspect of this at this time.
Judge, may I be excused?
You're excused, Mr. Toomey. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Let's resume with the suppression portion at this time. Does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence it wishes to present as it relates to the burden in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense will call Donna Adelson.
Please come up to the witness stand, Ms. Adelson. Witness stand. Yeah.
Oh, Lord, y'all. She getting ready to get on the stand. Lord, now I didn't see this part.
Please raise your right hand as best as you can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You
Woo!
may take a seat.
What TV
Please
y'all
speak loudly
are
and clearly.
shady. Why
You
y'all
may
taking
examine Mr. Zone when you're ready.
like that? She was much smaller when she got arrested. So the picture on the thumbnail was her when she first
Good morning.
was
Can you please state your name for the
arrested.
record? Make sure you speak in the microphone.
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you worked?
Yes, I was in my apartment in my living room.
Do you remember who was present when you got the call?
Yes, my husband Harvey, and friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman, and her husband, Richard Chevron.
You said your attorney, what kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And you remember receiving the call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in jail?
He was in jail.
Okay. What did you do when you saw
She's
that?
crying for Charlie. Aw.
Answered the phone?
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agreed for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, "Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie?" And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond anymore, and I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times when you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice on that first call number 562, when you repeated, Charlie, Charlie, are you there?
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
What would you do with your phone?
I'd hang up.
Now, same thing with the call on November 8th of 2023, the one at 6:38 in the morning. Do you know at what point your son was no longer on the phone?
I don't. I don't remember the
In either one of those situations, or in both of those situations, did you believe the call was over?
Yeah, the call was over. He was gone.
And you went about your business?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the November 7th, 2023 phone call when your attorney, her husband, and your husband were present at your apartment, did you agree for your attorney-client conversation to be recorded?
No.
Did you agree for your conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No, of course not.
Now, the following day, did you agree for your subsequent conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No.
Now, you heard the recording. To consent to this call, press 1. Or recording of this call, press 1, correct?
Correct.
You hung up the phone after those calls were over.
But I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
So there in the room with you during this call was, you said one of your attorneys, Susan Brotman, your husband, and then also Susan Brotman's husband.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And he was not your attorney?
He was not.
Your attorney?
No, he's not an attorney.
Okay. You were informed at the beginning of that call, this is the one on November 7th that recorded you while they were all in the room. You were informed that you were being recorded if you accepted that call.
Yes.
Okay. And that if you do not want to be on that recorded call, that you needed to hang up the call. Is that right?
Are you saying, does the recording say?
Right. If you do not want to accept that recorded call, you should hang up.
She
Yeah,
acting
no, I
real
accepted the recording
floozy.
call.
Okay. And
Real slowsy.
you typically do hang up your calls, you said, after
I think I
your
did,
calls with
yeah.
Charlie Adelson when he was in custody. All right, but this particular call that day, evidently, you did not properly hang up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
Evidently.
It may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody?
Pocket dialed?
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if your phone is in
Oh,
your
she
pocket
act-
or in your purse and it accidentally
No.
calls someone you didn't mean it to?
I mean, it could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. The consent that you gave for the call to be recorded, when did that end?
It ended when Charlie hung up, or when it, whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing further.
You may step down. As to the burden at this point, under the precedent established by Smiley versus State, in order to exclude what are complained of wiretapped interceptions, movement has a need to show there was a subjective expectation of privacy in their statements, and the expectation is one that society would accept as reasonable. As to the subjective expectation showing, the defendant has met that burden. It now shifts to the state as to whether this is one that is reasonable. Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir. I have argument.
you may proceed.
May I provide the court with some case law?
You may.
I've got some argument, and then I'll kind of go through each one of these cases. I provided defense a copy of these earlier this morning. So in defendant's motion, they first argued that this was a warrantless search. However, the state's argument is that this is not subject to Fourth Amendment, so there's no wrongful state action that caused this defendant to be recorded after the inmate was no longer on the call. The only conceivable state action here was the state having this service that allows inmates to make recorded calls. But on those calls, both parties have to consent to be recorded for the call to begin. And if they do not want to be recorded or need to hang up, the state didn't intend to record this defendant's conversation in her home with her husband and friends. And it was the fact that she was recorded was not caused by the state's actions. It was caused by the defendant's actions. The defendant argues that they have this reasonable expectation of privacy in the call, but that would only start once this defendant actually hangs up. And the defendant is the one responsible for hanging up, not the state. The defendant was responsible for the interception of the phone call. It was her failure to hang up that caused that rest of that call to be recorded. It was her action and not the state action that made that happen. The state did nothing to keep her from hanging up the phone and prevent her from hanging up the phone. I think an analogy here would be if someone were to say something incriminating in earshot of a law enforcement officer because they think the law enforcement officer can't hear them. If they can actually hear them, then that's on the speaker, because the speaker didn't walk away to talk. That was the speaker's carelessness. The defense also cites Florida Statute 934 and says that the good faith exception doesn't apply because this call was in violation of that statute. But when you look at 934.03, every single subsection of that statute applies to intentional intercepts, not accidental. I provided several cases to the court. There's nothing directly on point here of this situation having happened just like this in the past, but there are a lot of cases that deal with inadvertent recordings. One of the first cases I gave to you is Baranek. This is a U.S. Court of Appeals case from the Sixth Circuit that held that police interception, conversations between the defendants that was overheard when a telephone that was subject to a court-authorized wiretap was inadvertently left off the hook by the defendant. That was authorized under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. In that case, the state had an actual Title III wire on the defendant's phone. The defendant was on a call and then didn't properly hang up the call. They left the phone off the hook accidentally. And then law enforcement was able to hear the conversation in the room where that phone was located. So when you compare that to our case, there's obviously a much different type of state action in that case with a wire. But regardless, this was a recorded line. It was a legally recorded line where they consented to be recorded. Just like in our case, though, the defendant in that case failed to properly hang up, and that allowed law enforcement to hear the conversation in the room. And that was able to be authorized because of the inadvertent nature of the recording. Another was Otero versus State. This is a third DCA case from Florida where a child accidentally activated an answering machine of a home that she was staying at. And that answering machine recorded the conversation of the mother and the child unbeknownst to either of them. The third DCA found that admission of that tape into evidence did not violate the statutory exclusionary rule found in 934 because 934 prohibits intentional interception of wire communication. And that taping in that case was accidental, not intentional, just like in our case. There's another case that I provided to the court, Bell versus State. In that case, a girlfriend began to record her conversation with her boyfriend, who was the appellant. And that conversation that she wanted to record was about money, an argument about money between them. The appellant, Bell, then took the phone from her and kept the phone after the argument ended and the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend's young daughter was still at the house, and after the girlfriend left, the defendant was intoxicated and forgot to turn off the audio recording. There was then a recording that, as the recording kept going, it recorded him molesting the girlfriend's young daughter after the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend then discovered the audio recording next day and handed it over to the police. The defendant was charged with L&L molestation. In that case, the recording of this molestation was obviously inadvertent, and the defendant agreed with that. Only the first conversation about money was what the girlfriend was trying to intend before the phone was taken from her. And that phone was in the appellant's custody and control at the time of this recording of the L&L molestation. The DCA in that case said that the trial court did not err in concluding that Mr. Bell failed to prove that his girlfriend intentionally intercepted the portion of the recording that took place while she was gone. Unless his girlfriend intentionally violated the statute, he was not entitled to the benefit of the statutory exclusionary rule. Because the recording was not surreptitious, but after she warned him she was going to record him, he took possession of the device that recorded his words and actions. And so the court found that the appellant did not establish that the communications were intercepted under any circumstances justifying an expectation of privacy. I have one more case that concerns the reasonable expectation of privacy. This is the Huff case that I provided to the court, which is a federal case where the plaintiff, a federal civil case, where the plaintiff inadvertently pocket dialed the defendant, which is something that has happened to us all. And the defendant listened to and recorded the conversation she overheard while on the pocket dial call. The plaintiff then brought suit for the defendant intentionally intercepting this private conversation. And in that conversation, the plaintiff was basically having a discussion with his wife and with other people as well in the room. The court ruled that the plaintiff's statements did not qualify under Title III because he exposed them to the defendant when he pocket dialed her. But the plaintiff's wife's statements did qualify. She can't be held responsible for her husband's pocket dial. But the thing that I think is most important about that case is the court's holding that a person who knowingly operates a device that is capable of inadvertently exposing his conversation to third-party listeners and fails to take simple precautions to prevent such exposure does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy with respect to statements that are exposed to an outsider by the inadvertent operation of that device. So in that case, the statements didn't qualify as ones that were protected under the U.S. Code. And that's what we have here. We have the defendant failing to take simple precautions of properly hanging up what she knows is a recorded call. So the state would ask that the defense motion be denied.
Final argument on the motion to suppress from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. There are two cases. I cited a number of cases, and I know Your Honor's practices review those in addition. There are two additional cases I provided copies to the state that I am relying on. The first is Hentz versus State, 62 Southern 3rd, 1184, and State versus Mozo, 655 Southern 2nd, 1115. May I approach?
You may.
So, Your Honor, I want to start with a very general proposition that's important for us to remember. Right to privacy is enshrined in the Florida Constitution. Article 1, Section 23 provides the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures and against the unreasonable interception of private communications by any means shall not be violated. Article 1, Section 23, the Florida Constitution also provides that every natural person has a right to be let alone free of governmental intrusion into the person's private life. The Fourth Amendment includes similar protections. 934.02 defines an oral communication as any oral communication uttered by a person exhibiting an expectation that such communication is not subject to interception under circumstances justifying such expectation. The courts have held in Florida, as cited in my motion, for an oral conversation to be protected, the speaker must have an actual subjective expectation of privacy along with a societal recognition that the expectation is reasonable. Your Honor, State versus Mozo, almost 20 years ago, courts have held that conversations, oral communications taking place in one's home are protected by Chapter 934.
I don't think this point is reasonably in dispute, but go ahead.
Now, the question, obviously, is the objective portion of this test. And Hentz versus State, 4th DCA, and Hentz is a situation, Your Honor, where an individual was in an interview room at a police department. He placed a call to essentially a co-conspirator, co-defendant, and the recording equipment was powerful enough in that interview room to pick up the other end of the call that is made to Hentz. Based on what law enforcement heard from the individual's call, the individual who was calling Mr. Hentz, they obtained a search warrant for his cell phone. And on that cell phone, they found images that are illegal to possess, as well as other evidence of a crime that the two of them engaged in. The Hentz court held that, and another important factor, Your Honor, Mr. Hentz was aware that the individual on the other end of the phone was at the police department, waiting to speak to law enforcement. The court held that Hentz had a subjective expectation of privacy, and his expectation was one society accepts as reasonable. Now, one distinguishing factor I need to acknowledge is that, but I submit it's not this positive, is that while Hentz did not know that the individual was sitting in a police interview room, whereas Mrs. Adelson knew that Charlie was in jail and had consented to her call with Charlie being recorded. But the oral communication that is protected by Chapter 934, that is at issue here, are the conversations that Mrs. Adelson had after Charlie dropped off the call, when she believed the call was no longer being recorded. Conversation, at least with respect to the November 7th, is with her attorney and her husband. Both are confidential relationships.
Keyword
Doesn't
believe.
the warning, though, about the recording almost directly speak to that issue where,
Yep.
I'll read the case that you've given me about hints. Although he knew his friend was at the police station, he never received an explicit warning about you may be recorded if you continue on this conversation.
Correct, and I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The testimony, uncontroverted testimony, is that Mrs. Adelson believes she hung the phone up once she realized Charlie was no longer on the call. There's no
Believe.
evidence otherwise. And I don't think it is reasonable to require an individual in a situation like that, oh, I just had a recorded phone call, let me repeatedly hit the end button. Hit it once, that should be enough. She believed that she ended the phone call. Now, hence also address something else that I think is important. Chapter 934.03 is a general intent statute. It does not require that the state intentionally record it after one party of this jail call drops off. It's not required. Was the system designed to intentionally record? The answer has to be yes. Investigator Newland testified, yes, intentionally designed to record. Now, the state anticipated that they would argue accident or inadvertence. This is not an accident. An accident is something that doesn't happen frequently. Mrs. Adelson testified the call, Charlie dropping off the call would happen frequently. As Investigator Newland acknowledged, Defense Exhibit 3 and Defense Exhibit 1 established this was not an isolated issue. This happened. The system is intentionally designed to continue recording. Under Chapter 934, I submit that when either side of the call is no longer on the call.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly confused. First of all, this is a call from when she was free. She was home. She wasn't incarcerated. That's number one. Number two, she forgot to hang up the phone. He believes. That's the key word, believe. So it is the defendant's fault that she did not hang up the phone, and she kept calling her son's name like Charlie. Hello, Charlie, Charlie. So she believed that she hit the end button. They don't know what happened to Charlie. But even though Charlie was trying to call her back, I don't know. I just think that this is a crazy argument. But whatever, sir, go off. Go off, because I'm just...
That the system has to stop recording, and any additional recording is a violation. And that's what we have here. This is not an accident.
I'm a little confused.
Securest Technologies system is designed to continue to record after either one of those parties drops off the call. Investigator Newland said that it terminates when both parties hang up. Well, I submit, Your Honor, that that's not what happens. It continues to record, and it is not reasonable. And society is not expecting that somebody sit there with their phone and continue to hit the end button to make sure that the call stops on their end. I think that's unreasonable.
But do you have to continue to hit the end button, or you hit it once and it's disconnected?
Testimony is that she believes she did.
Believe.
So, because this is not a specific intent statute, is the system designed to intend to record it? Yes. And there's no evidence that this was accidental or inadvertent. This is not a pocket dial.
I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to say, because what is you talking about?
We know that Charlie intentionally called his mom. We know that the system intentionally recorded the call. The state has not presented sufficient evidence to establish that this is not a communication that society that there's a reasonable expectation that society would accept that this call is anything other than something that is entitled to protection of 934 and the Florida Constitution.
And we'll review the cases that were presented by those parties before making any ruling. I'll reserve on the ruling as to today. We'll take a brief 5-minute break before we get into the Arthur and bond motion. We'll be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm just a little confused as to what, like, he is really trying, like, what is the end game? If she forgot to, while I speed up this past the next part, if she forgot to or she believed she hung the phone up and didn't. And then I believed it was the husband that picked up the phone and said you didn't hang up the phone. The only thing that's is equally confusing is the fact that he was trying to call back. That is a little confusing. I would think once the inmate hangs up that the phone would hang up, not continue to record the person's call. Because if he was trying to call back, that means that something happened where he hung up and all of that. But this, I don't think they're not saying that they found anything that was going to help the state's case. She said something about country. You didn't hear flee though. You didn't hear flee the country or anything like that. From what they played here, all we heard was she said, we did the best we can do. We did the best we can do. And she said the word country. I'm not sure. They didn't say she said she was fleeing the country, how she was fleeing, what country she was fleeing to. Obviously, they had eyes on her. If a federal agent was able to do a bump situation or private investigation, whatever the police department hired, whoever the police department hired, whether it be like whether it was not the FBI, like a agent, a law enforcement agent, or a private investigator agency or department to do that bump where she was walking, they had to know where she was walking at. So they had to be trailing her or watching her, like to see what her next moves was going to be when they were investigating this case. And that happened before her son, Charlie Adelson, even got arrested. So they were on to them the same way they were in a restaurant. They were tailing Charlie. They were at a restaurant. Charlie and Catherine McBonua, I'm probably jacking her name up. They were at a restaurant having lunch and they were talking about this specific incident, but they were still trying to talk in code. And there was an agent that was present recording them and recording the audio. The audio was terrible, very hard to hear. You can make out some stuff. They did use it in this case, and they did use it in, to convict Catherine and Charlie. So my thing is that I can see where she's saying, oh, well, the inmate hung up and the phone is still recording. That is a little disturbing, but I think it's the way that the defense is presenting their case, the way they're saying what they're saying, that is coming off like, yeah. But like I said, that was prior to her being arrested. That was when Charlie was arrested. And she decided that she was going to flee the country. There are other things out there. As I stated, I didn't cover this case. I have been following this case for years. So, on my own, for my own, just me. I love true crime. I'm nosy. So, yeah, but there's a lot to this case. So, like, too many different parts, too many different trials. I mean, it's very interesting. I'm just telling you, if you want to get into it, you could go back to the first case. You have Luis Rivera, who just basically cooperated with the state of Florida, and just gave everything up, basically, or whatever. He even said that he never met Wendy Adelson, but he knows that she was like the in-between person that was handing off checks. Girl, listen. And Sigfredo is Catherine Magbanua. So I always jack her name up. Her ex-boyfriend and her children's father. So her children's father have no parents, like no parents to attend to them directly. I'm sure her family is doing a great job, but they don't have their mother or their father. And these two, Louis and Sigfredo, they actually drove to Florida where Dan Markel lived, watched him take his kids to school, and watched him return. As soon as he returned, they executed him. So yeah, this is where we are. And then come to find out, this lady here is all a part of it. Let me see what Allie's saying down here in the chat. So all the correctional facilities I worked at, if the inmate hangs up the phone and disconnects, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I can see what they're saying. The caller says, thanks for using Telmate, or in this case, it's Securus. So when I worked in the jail, they also use Securus. And disconnects if the inmate hangs up, not still records. So that's why I'm saying I can get that part of it. I don't understand how the phone kept recording, especially if he's trying to call back. That means that he hung up. But what she got instead of that message that Allie just said that I just showed was that the call is being recorded. Like when he hung up, she had just received a call from him. So that's where the that is. So the argument that they're presenting, that is something that, unless they're trying to use, because they really didn't hear anything in a call though, but according to what they told us, all they heard was her say country, and we tried everything. Everything, all the other evidence they have against her, I believe it was from phone taps and from following her, trailing her. She was under investigation. The family was under investigation. I'm sure Wendy is under investigation still. I'm pretty sure they're trailing her. But so that he does have a point here. I'm just not sure if this is where it fits. Trying to get her out of custody. Because before they brought her into custody, they already had so much evidence against her. So I'm just not sure. They're using everything. And then you're going to see she's going to get back on the stand again after they do a couple of things. And what they end with is where they should have started, the defense. I think they would have had a better chance at arguing that rather than trying to argue this point, because I don't know if this point is mute or not, because are they using this against her somehow in this case? So let's get right back to it. So I think Allie. So I see what you're saying, but I think something had to happen. So they already confirmed that the phone person confirmed that. Oh yeah, but he did confirm that he tried to call back. But when he tried to call back, they said Charlie got a message that said that his PIN was already in use. But if he was trying to call back from the same phone, how was he able to dial if he disconnected? Something is going on there that's not correct. And the only reason why, so I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree. But if he got dropped off the call somehow, and he's able to dial out, because he shouldn't even be able to dial out if he's still on the phone. I guess that call was still connected to his PIN, but if he got dropped off and hung up, that's where the call should have ended. So it's just something. I just don't think that this is where the argument should have been made about this. She's trying to get out of jail. So I don't think that this was a great point to bring this up. This may be something. This may be something where, something about a lawsuit or something, and this is just like the one call. In order for them to not use any of the calls, they would have to prove that this happened. So the defense attorney is being misleading because he's saying this happened over and over and over and over again. And you've only proven that it did happen, but it only happened once. And it's in this case, it still does not negate the fact that allegedly she orchestrated and or spearheaded this red rum for hire. That is what the case is really. I don't think she's going to get out. I told you I fell asleep, so I didn't hear the rest of it. I don't think that she's going to get out based on this part of the defense. They should have led with what they ended with. That's just my opinion. And I only heard a part of what they ended with when she got back on the stage, on the stand. Like I said, I fell asleep. Oh, so now they added that fact. Oh, so that they calling her right back to the scene. No, oh yeah. Yeah, I think I fell asleep maybe, right? A little bit. Oh, y'all ain't bringing on the screen. Why y'all ain't tell me?
Bunk beds, all open,
Yeah.
they kind of one on top of the next. It's There's no separation at all.
So one big open room?
One
if you
big
will?
open room with 66 beds, yes.
Okay. And how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd,
You
2024.
see how she's not breathing hard until
And you were
unless
here
she
when the gentleman was
sighs.
testifying about the call buttons
attention.
to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the end pod?
No,
Was there one in the annex?
no.
She's forgetting to breathe hard.
I'd like to start here, the motion for a bond that we filed in this case, as the court indicated earlier, one of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past, you mean prior to becoming incarcerated at the
Yes.
Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before you were incarcerated at the Leon County Jail, did you seek treatment for that condition?
Yes, I did.
And what type of treatment did you obtain for that?
So I saw my orthopedist, and he gave me a steroid injection in my spine.
Okay. How long were you suffering from the sciatic condition prior to becoming incarcerated?
How long, the last episode?
Before you were incarcerated in jail, for how many years had you been suffering with the sciatic issue?
So no, I had it last about 10 years ago. I haven't had it all this time.
Okay.
He hasn't had it in 10
Recurred
years.
a few months ago.
Okay. And what was the treatment that you were provided prior to your incarceration for your sciatic condition?
It was the steroid injection, and within 48 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. It was amazing.
And where did they do the steroid injection? Where's that in your body?
In my spine.
In your spine.
Anybody
Okay.
has
Outpatient
sciatica,
Yes,
you can
outpatient.
elaborate.
All right. And during the course
You
of time
only
that
had
you've
it
been in
for
the Leon
48
County Jail, did
hours
you start to
3 years
experience the
ago.
sciatic pain again?
Yes, it did.
And what did you do when you started to experience that pain?
I wrote
Ma'am,
a sick call, and I went to see the doctor
Okay. Where do you get these sick call forms from?
from the nurse.
Okay. And when do you have the opportunity to see a nurse to get the sick call forms?
Well, they come twice a day. They come in the morning, and they come in the evening.
Okay. And we'll get to what those times are at a later point. But if you don't get a form from a nurse, is there another way to obtain it that you're aware of?
No, that's the only way I've ever gotten it is from a nurse.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how far into your incarceration you started having the sciatic issues again?
I didn't have it until I was in the annex, so that was sometime over the last, I've been there 6 months. I don't remember the specific date, but I didn't have it before the annex.
Okay. And once you started experiencing it in the annex, did you complete a form to see medical attention?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as a result of completing that form, did you have an opportunity to meet with someone in the medical center at the Leon County Jail?
I saw the doctor there.
And
Yes.
what happened?
And I explained what I had, and she said, we do not treat that type of problem. We could offer you some Tylenol.
that sounds about
And
right.
did they provide you with Tylenol?
They did.
And has that relieved you of the pain that you suffer?
No, it's Tylenol. It's not gonna do what I need to have done, no.
Okay. So sometime since you've been in the annex, you made your first request for treatment for the sciatic issue. Have you requested treatment more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any additional opportunities to meet with any of the medical staff regarding this pain?
No.
What happens when you request treatment and you don't get to see them? Do they tell you that you're not going to be allowed to see them again? What happens?
No. Usually I wait a week, and if I don't hear anything, then I'll write another one, and I'll write this is a second request, or this is a third request. And then I think they said I think I got an answer. They sometimes just answer it and give it to the pod officer, and she'll hand out papers at night, which is the response to your requests. And on that one, they said you're already getting pain medication for this. That was the Tylenol.
And the pain medication is just regular Tylenol?
Regular Tylenol.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to speak to someone in medical care regarding potential way to resolve some of the pressure in your leg for use of a medical mattress?
Yes. While I was down with the doctor during one visit, she said, you know, what might be helpful, because you're sleeping on metal and the mattress is maybe a half-inch thick, maybe. She said, what would help is if I could get a medical mattress for you. I had never heard that term before, but I said, okay, if you think it'll help, that would be great. And she left the room, she went into another room, and then she came back in and said, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea, but they don't have it here, so my best thoughts for you would be to get a second mattress, so it'll thicken it a little bit, and that might give you some relief at night.
Okay. And did you obtain a second mattress?
I did.
And this was while you were in the annex?
While I was in the annex.
How did you get the additional mattress?
So the pod officer asked one of the inmates to go where they have extra mattresses. There are piles of 20, 30 mattresses there, to go get one of the extra mattresses and put it on my bed so that I had the extra mattress.
Okay. And during the time that you were allowed to have the additional mattress, did you get any relief?
Yes, at night, because I used to get the pains even if I was just lying down. And that definitely relieved some of the pain at night, so that was good.
Okay. And at some point, did they take the additional mattress away?
Yes, so on February 3rd, I was moved out of the annex to protective custody in the main jail building. And since I've been there,
Where's the breathing?
officer removed the second mattress.
I'm just
She said, why do you
saying,
have this? And I
it's
told
not
her why. She said, well, you can't have this.
And
So they took it away.
Okay.
I
And since
don't know.
the additional mattress has been taken away, have you started to experience
You
worsening
guys
pain?
Yeah, it's worse.
feel different?
And have you requested
It's
any
like-
medical treatment for that?
Well, I spoke to
not
I spoke to the doctor, I don't remember the date, shortly after it was taken away. I was down for a different reason, and she said, yeah, I thought it was a good idea, but if you can't have it, you can't have it.
Okay. All right. Now, the relief that you got when you were able to have the additional mattress, did that completely take away the pain?
No,
Okay.
no.
And do you experience this pain when you're walking, sitting? What?
So at the beginning, I was just getting it when I was walking. So it limited the amount of walking I could do, but I get it when I'm sitting, I get it lying down, I get it all the time now. So it's not like I have it all the time. It comes and goes, but when it just comes, I could be sitting, I could be standing, it just happens.
Okay. We're going to go into more details about how it took place in a few more minutes, but for now I'd like to talk about, are there any other areas that you are experiencing any pain?
Yes, I have a problem with my left arm.
And describe to the court what that problem is, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing.
Okay, so I have like shooting pain from the top here of my shoulder down the outside of my arm into my forearm.
Okay, and you're pointing to your left arm, is that the one you're referring to?
It's my left arm.
Okay, and so shooting pain down the arm, anything into your hands?
Yeah, the pain is like hot. It's like a burning pain, and my thumb, index, and middle finger have gotten like tingling. It almost feels like ants are crawling on them. It's like a numbness of those fingers.
Okay, and is this pain that you were experiencing prior to your incarceration at Leon County Jail?
No.
Okay, about when did this pain begin?
So I was assaulted by another inmate while I was here at the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes,
And when you say here, do you mean the Leon County Jail?
yes.
Okay. All right, since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes.
And what has the response been?
They said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime, I could have Tylenol.
Okay, and you said that was in approximately October 2024. Have you been requesting treatment for that pain since October 2024?
Several times.
Okay. And you heard the testimony of the gentleman previously. At some point, did they do an x-ray on your arm?
Yes.
And when was that?
It might have been February 3rd. No, that's the day I moved. It's shortly after February 3rd. I don't know the date.
Was it after you were removed and placed in protective custody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is the Tylenol help with the pain that you're experiencing?
No.
After they performed the x-ray, were you called back into the medical unit?
It was for another reason, but they did call me, and they told me that the x-ray showed no fracture.
Okay, no fracture, that's what they were looking for.
That's what they were looking for.
Did they offer any type of physical therapy for your shoulder, anything at all?
No, I asked if they could do anything for it, and they said no.
Okay.
Tylenol.
All right. Do you have any other medical conditions that you wanted us to address in the bond hearing that you're suffering from?
So I have a hearing issue.
Okay.
I have a problem. I evidently have very narrow ear canals, and so get the
Narrow
wax builds
ear
up in my ears
canals.
to the point that
No.
I mean, I have officers that say to me, "Are you deaf, Adelson?" When I don't respond to them, it's because I don't hear them. And so I did ask for help in the, I asked the doctor if there was anything they could do for me, and I told her what's normally done, and she said, we use Debrox to soften the wax, and then you come down 3 or 4 days later, and we use a bulb syringe to remove it. And I said, that doesn't work. I need a different procedure. And she said, that's all we can do for you.
Okay. And did you know, based on your prior treatment before you came into the Leon County Jail, that it required something other than the flushing system?
Yes, I did know.
Do you recall the name of the doctor that you saw for this condition?
Yes, I've seen him for years. Dr. Molina.
Okay. And Dr. Molina, how long do you think that you saw him for this condition prior to your incarceration?
I mean, several years.
Okay.
4 years, 5 years, I don't know.
Okay. And during the course of his treatment for you, how often would you go to have the wax removed from your small ear canals?
Yeah, every 3 to 4 months. If I waited longer than that, I couldn't hear.
Okay. And did he use a flushing method, or did he do something different?
No.
What did he do?
He used some kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's some kind of an electronic device that he puts one end in my ear, and he's able to
That's correct.
remove the wax.
That is
using that device,
correct.
a medical device.
And in your experience
That
prior
is
to incarceration,
correct.
when you were having that procedure done, did your hearing improve?
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, immediately.
You are correct.
Yeah, push the switch on.
You may.
You are correct. You are correct for always. Listen, in the jail, you can put in a sick notice and they examine you to see the seriousness of what's wrong, right? You can see a doctor, at least where I worked, right? You can see a doctor. The doctor, and one job I worked in, the doctor came in on certain days. I want to say it was 3 days a week. And then when I worked in a prison, the doctor was there every day from a certain time to a certain time. So in the county jail also, it was 3 days a week, a certain time to a certain time. But there's 24-hour medical staff on staff, or medical staff that are there, APRNs, RNs, LPNs, nursing assistants. So they have a dentist. He has that time that he comes, and they have different specialists that come depending on, the amount of inmates that are maybe experiencing this thing. If not, they may send you out to have to a specialist. It's rare. I will say that it is rare, but if they think that it is serious enough, they will. However, if you listen closely, because this woman she's perjured herself on the stand yet again. Because for one of the incidents, they asked her, did she want to do X, Y, and Z? She refused treatment. Another thing that she fails to mention, I'm going to listen again because maybe I missed it, that for the breathing, she got an x-ray. I think it was for the breathing. She got an x-ray and they found nothing on the x-ray. So she fails to mention that herself, though. But you are correct. For everything else, they get Tylenol. When a dentist comes, if he pull a tooth, they may get some local anesthesia or something like that, depending on whatever. If they have to be sent out for more serious things, they will. It costs a lot of money. That's on the taxpayers' dollar, but they do give them the medication. If it's medication like even Tylenol that's given to them by the medical department, then the nurse comes up and gives out medication. The same as here where I work twice a day. Or we're all in the prison. The inmates walk to the infirmary is what they call it. And they come to a window where the nurse gives them the medication there. But in the county jail, the nurse comes to each housing unit twice a day, gives out medication. If an inmate needs to take some medication 3 times a day, they only make 2 rounds. So what it is the officer, the running officer, will bring the inmate down for if they need to take medication in between those 2 times that they come and give it out on the pod. So where I work, that's how that works. And for the prison, the inmates come normally according to their time that they take medication. So if I take medication, I need to take a thyroid medication in the morning before I eat anything, then I will go to medical, get my thyroid medication, and go on about my business. Somebody else may only need to take a medication once a day, and maybe they need to take it at 1 o'clock. So they will let their officer know in the area, listen, and the officer will have the information written down too, that they need to go to get their medication, and then they go. So yeah, it's different. So when your son was at MDC, he had been requested sick call for so long without any response, and I called 911 to send EMS. there, and they went there. This was during COVID. He had COVID twice. Wow, I'm sad. I'm sad to hear that, and I wouldn't have wanted to be an inmate or an officer, in jail for COVID at that time. When I worked in the jail, like there were inmates that make it bad for other inmates, faking stuff. This older woman, I'm not saying that she doesn't have some ailments, but some things it's just like she's just complaining entitled. She's being entitled, not realizing that what you're doing is affecting someone else that may really, really need the treatment. And I just, there were cases where I had to call like medical myself. Listen, this is, something is going on with this inmate. Y'all need to check him out or her out. That would be instances where, people are in so much pain, but then you get these inmates, that make it bad for other people. I know an inmate faked an illness, went downstairs and took the nurse hostage. I mean, had a blade and everything to her neck, and they were trying to reason with the inmate, like, you don't want to do this. It turned out nothing was wrong with the inmate, but I guess I don't know what he was thinking in his mind. So yeah, and they don't realize you're making it bad for other people that are here that may desperately need treatment. But COVID, wow, I would not have one. Like I said, I would not have wanted to be an officer or inmate at that time, because I can only imagine how hard that was, and how, oh goodness, yeah. Sometimes, but you're right about everything. Tylenol. You got what? You got fungus growing on your foot. Tylenol. You got the Tylenol. They give Tylenol for everything. But if a doctor comes and sees somebody that may need an antibiotic, it has to be ordered by the doctor. Some inmates want drugs that get them high, so they sometimes. Yeah, but it's bad. Like you said, it's bad for somebody that really, really needs. But like he said, they don't give out a narcotic. They don't give out narcotics, and that's why they only give out Tylenol. You may get a Motrin, but they don't want somebody to be holding a narcotic under their tongue and giving it to other people. Like, it's all sorts of stuff going there. I always tell people it's night and day. It's not like what we, have out here on the streets. It's a totally different world inside. But COVID is a whole nother thing. Like, I wouldn't have. That's a whole different monster. That's a whole different animal. Like, yeah. The amount of people that passed away in jail, out of jail, everything during COVID it's sad. Sad. It's a sad thing.
Mrs. Adelson, I've shown you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing, and it's a report from Dr. Molina, your doctor. Could you review that just to yourself for a moment? Okay. Does that describe the treatment that he was providing to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it includes a recommendation that you continue to receive the same treatment, potentially with another ENT in Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This time the defense would offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections to Defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted.
Yeah.
You may. Thank you.
During the time that you have, without disclosing any of the conversations, of course, but during the course of the time that you have met with counsel at the jail, have you had difficulty hearing us while we're trying to discuss your case with us?
Yes.
And what about over the telephone? Are you experiencing difficulty hearing us?
People don't realize it's what you say. It's how you say what you say.
Have you actually gotten in trouble by some of the guards at the jail because they've instructed you to do something and you weren't able to hear them?
Yes.
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
It happens on several occasions.
Okay. And have you experienced over the course of your incarceration that your hearing is getting worse and worse?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is not a significant.
What do you want me to do?
Move on to something else now, and this is not a significant injury, but I did want to address this with respect to the type of medical care that you are getting at the jail. Did something happen to you recently where you cut your arm?
Yes.
Limitations
Okay.
that they had. Like,
So I was walking
the
past
world that the world
washing
had.
machine on my way to the
Because there was
restroom, and I bumped into
limited information.
there's like a metal bracket that holds the washing machine in place, I guess, and it was my fault. I bumped into it.
Ooh.
So I cut my arm pretty badly.
So what did you do after you cut your arm?
So the timing was it's kind of interesting because the med nurse was there doing morning meds. So I got onto the bleeding couldn't stop. It was just pouring out. And so I figured I'll get on the line with the other girls and I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn and I got to the med nurse and she says, "Whoa, what happened to you?" And I said, "My fault. I just bumped into the washing machine and I cut myself." So she looked at it and she said, "Yeah, that's a problem." I said, "Yeah, can I get a Band-Aid or gauze or something, some antibiotic cream?" She said, "Yeah, I don't have any antibiotic cream and I don't have a Band-Aid." So I looked at her and I said, "Well, what should I do?" She said, "Well, why don't you use your toilet paper and put it on there?" I said, "But it's gushing. I can't put toilet paper on there." So one of the girls saw me and she said, "Oh my God." And she came running over and she opens up a sanitary napkin and she put it on there so that it was filling the sanitary napkin with blood. And so another girl came over. She took the bloodied one away and she gave me hers too. And I was applying that. So I said to the nurse again, "I'm not going to be able to stop it holding this. Isn't there something you can do?" She says, "The best I could offer you would be to fill out a medical request form." So I said, "You want me to do that now?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, can I have a medical request form?" She says, "Oh, I don't have any." I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" And she said, "I don't know what to tell you." She said, "Maybe the night nurse will have that."
Okay, so this was just a couple of days before you were transferred to protective custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you recall it was on Saturday, the 1st of February?
It was a Saturday morning, yes.
Okay, and so about what time of morning would this have been if this was the morning med nurse?
It could have been 9 or 10, somewhere in the morning.
Okay, and when she told you that she didn't have any sick call forms for you to request a Band-Aid and you would need to get it from the night nurse, approximately what time does the night nurse come?
So the night nurse comes anywhere from 11:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
11:30 p.m. to
PM.
to what time?
2:30 a.m.
To 2:30 a.m.
Right.
And in the meantime, you were supposed to use the feminine pads?
I called my husband. He told me to elevate my arm, to wash it, to try to wash it frequently, just to keep my arm up. And that's what I did. And one girl brought over toilet paper, but that was sticking to the wound, so that wasn't good. So I kept borrowing sanitary pads to hold it.
Okay, and at some point, did the night nurse come?
Yes, she came that night.
Okay, and what happened when she got there?
She didn't have a Band-Aid either.
Okay.
She didn't have antibiotic ointment either. And I said, "This has been going on since early this morning."
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just turned around and noticed that some of the state's witnesses have re-entered the courtroom. We had previously invoked the rule for the bond proceeding.
All right. And for anyone who is here to testify concerning bond, please step outside the courtroom. Ms. Dugan, is any witness you're intending to call currently in the courtroom?
I don't see any. I'm calling Ms. Wilson and Deputy Collins.
Please continue with your examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So the night nurse came and the night nurse didn't have a Band-Aid either?
No antibiotic, no Band-Aid, and no, the form that I was told to ask her for, the sick hole form. She said, "I don't have them. We haven't had them in a while."
The night nurse?
The night nurse.
So how were you supposed to request, according to the night nurse then, how were you supposed to request assistance?
So I was actually fortunate because there was a sergeant with the night nurse. She accompanies the nurse when she comes there. And she took a look at what I looked like, and the night nurse said, "Yeah, that's a problem." And so the sergeant said, "I'm going to make sure you get a Band-Aid, and I'm going to make sure you get a form. You'll get it by tomorrow. When I go back with the night nurse, she said, I'll run some off on the machine, some copies, and I'm going to make sure that you get it."
And did she?
The next morning.
Okay.
The next morning I got it.
From the sergeant?
From the sergeant, yes.
Okay. You got the Band-Aid and the call nurse?
Yes,
Call form?
the call form.
Okay. You approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah. Adelson, I'm showing you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah.
And what is that?
That's a few days after I got cut, and that's the clear Band-Aid that they gave me to put on top.
Okay. After you got the bandage to put on over your wound, did you get additional medical treatment for the wound?
So no, not then, about, I don't know how many days later, but when I went down to medical a few days later, they said, "How long are you wearing this bandage?" And I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, whatever it had been. And they said, "This should have been cleaned and changed every day. Why didn't you have that done?" I said, "I don't know. This is what they gave me to put on, and that's what I did."
Okay. The photograph, does that truly and accurately depict what your injury looked like the few days after it occurred with the bandage on it?
That's what it looked like.
The defense would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection to defense 2?
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
And at this follow-up visit, then did they change your bandage and clean the wound?
They cleaned it, and they put antibiotic cream on it, and they
Okay.
changed it, yes.
And did you get any additional treatment for the wound?
No,
Did you request that you get a tetanus shot?
My husband said, Donna, if there was rust on that metal, which there was, he said, you should ask for a tetanus shot.
And so did you request
So
it?
I requested it, and they did give it to me.
Okay. And then, as far as your medical conditions go, the last thing I want to talk about is something that I would give two different descriptions of, but I'm just asking the questions. You're the one providing the information to the court in your testimony.
Okay.
So this shortness of breath or heavy breathing that you're experiencing, how long has that been going on?
It's been going on several months, probably at least 3 months, I would think.
Okay. And you're experiencing it then during your incarceration. Did you have it prior to being incarcerated?
No, I did not.
Okay. What have you noticed about the breathing, and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
I know, I guess it sounds like heavy breathing, it's shortness of breath. I've never had that before. I'm not a doctor, I don't know, I've gained more than a third of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein, and when you get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread, that's your dinner. It's very typical of what we get. And we've had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds. But otherwise, there's no, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to do stretches or wall push-ups or anything, she says this is not an exercise room, there's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop you. One of these issues at a time. So, with respect to the time period when you've been in the annex, which was from August of 24 until recently February of 2025.
Now let's have a conversation. You are she's incarcerated. I believe in inmates having their rights. I believe in inmates having their freedom. I believe in all of that. But you are incarcerated basically as an accessory to Red Room, right? A lot of their movement and stuff is restricted and whatever have you, especially you're in a county jail. There is very limited space, for them to be able to go out and stuff like that. The thing for me is that whatever you're going through, if there is 2,000 inmates in the jail about her complaining about, that's what I'm saying for always. I want to say it, but I don't want to say it where people will take it out, because people take everything out of context. So if you're incarcerated with the charges that you have, and there's 2,000 inmates in that jail, 1,999 other inmates are eating the same thing that you're eating, are, have basically like the same routine that you have, but you are in PC, so that further restricts your movement and your limit. When they are understaffed, unfortunately, they can't take the security risk of catering to Miss Adelson. Even if they were fully staffed, they don't have that capability to cater to you. The rules are the rules. You'll hear she's getting ready to throw in the rule book about it, saying she's supposed to have 3 hours a week outside in the fresh air and all this other stuff. I understand she was never incarcerated, and that's why people that are not incarcerated should try to, you waited till you are this old to commit these crimes, and not just something that's petty, something that's very serious. So I'm just saying, whatever it is that you're eating, there would be 1,999 other inmates that are eating that, unless you are on a kosher diet, which is very funny to me. Like I said, that Dan Markel was Jewish, and so that they only eat a kosher diet. And so when they were getting married, she found it so funny to not have just like a kosher menu. As a matter of fact, she fought them on it. You were giving his children foods that he does not eat. Wendy, when she got with him, knew what his religion was. I believe they're Jewish as well. Maybe they don't follow the strict kosher diet, or I don't want to misspeak about the Jewish culture. So I don't want to, I know about the kosher diet, the strict kosher diet. They didn't follow that to a T, but you knew that Dan did, and that meant so much to him. Why would you give his children something that he has an issue with? Why would you give his children hamburgers and stuff like this, McDonald's and stuff like that? And that they don't, that's not a part of their diet. They don't eat that stuff. But you thought it was funny to give his children stuff that you knew would upset him. And it's just not like he was a lunatic. There are a lot of people that have spoke so highly about Dan. So highly. When I'm into a case, I'll be reading all titles. Let me pull up Dan. Let me see what they said about Dan. So many different people, but any type of way she could dig at him for whatever reason. You have some parents that are just like this. Your child is in a relationship. It is not your relationship. Mind your business. So I'm glad I have the mother that I have. Even if I call my mother and tell my mother something, she's not really going to respond. Like, she's not going to respond. If it's abuse, she'll respond. But if it's something, I'm just calling her, I'm just calling you because I just want to be. My mother's not going to respond either way. She's not. Because you get into stuff, unless it's something I'm just being totally done, just like totally wrong. My mother's not going to respond. So don't even bring people into your relationship. But they are parent. You are a parent on the outside that's trying to be all in these people relationship. And people know that sometimes your parents may have grew up in an era in time, or where what they believe is hogwash and it's BS. Your parents can teach you to be respectful, but they can't really teach you about a relationship. Because what they believe it's not the end all of the be all. You can take advice from people, but your relationship is your relationship. And at the end of the day, people like her, people with parents like her mess up a lot of relationships. Because if I call my mother and I tell my mother something and I'm wrong, my mother going to tell me like, oh, girl, you're wrong. You're wrong. That's not how that goes. You're wrong. But you have some people that will call their parents and regardless as to what's going on, they could be dead wrong. But their parents is on the other end of that phone telling them, oh, well, just do this, do X, Y, and Z, and do this, and do this, and then do this, and then no, wait this, and do this, and do this. Oh, and do that. No, you are meddling in somebody's relationship where you only getting one side of the freaking story. You're not getting the full picture. Because trust and believe, your child is not going to tell you everything that's going on. They're only going to tell you what they want you to know to make them be able to come out on top. But then you got some people's parents that are so messed up in the head, that their children's messed up way of thinking is right. When it's all wrong. And so in her case, now you crying. You done put down, you want a kosher meal. But what happened to all the stuff you was doing to Dan prior to setting up this plot to have him unalive? I'm just saying.
Was it your understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times?
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day. Per week.
Okay, and during your time in the annex, did you experience a week where you got 3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
Okay. How many times did you go outside while you were in the annex?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson,
Yes.
we have 30 minutes left in the hearing. Ms. Fulford, I understand your client is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Listen.
Okay, we're going to move on.
Listen, this judge said you are arguing about apples. We done moved on to oranges. Listen, that don't have nothing to do with what we here today for. Listen, that's a bunch of complaining. I don't have custody and care over the jail, which a lot of people don't understand that. The judge in a courtroom does not have anything to do with what is going on in the jail. Security, where you sleep, how you being treated, none unless you file a lawsuit. They have a warden for that. They have an internal affairs department for that. So if you're incarcerated and you feel like you're being treated unfairly, you can reach out to internal affairs. A lot of inmates write the warden, but you have a lot of wardens that are very hands-on, so they'll make rounds through the jail. And those wardens do not limit what the inmates can say to them. They will talk to the inmates like, listen, hey, warden such and such, let me tell you what's going on. At 6 o'clock every day, she turning off the water. That's illegal. You need to talk to her. They got to make sure that that's true. Of course, I'm just saying this is the type of things that they can walk up to the warden and say. In jails that care, I don't know what they doing in Fulton County, y'all. That's just something that's totally different to me. But yeah, you do have that, and then you do have the internal affairs department. You write something like that to the internal affairs department, they're gonna be like, officer so and so, I'm out in the hallway. I know you working. I just need to ask you a few questions. Come on out in the hallway, or come on out in the classroom, whatever. Where I work, that's what it was. Come on out in the hallway. Okay, this is what we got now. On such and such date, did you have to turn the water off? You might be like, yeah, I turned the water off. Not every day, but on that day, because this inmate kept flooding, putting stuff in the toilet and kept flooding the cell. It may be a yes, but then you have some officers that are just nasty for no reason. And they just, power tripping because they didn't get to do it in their mama house and their wife not having it at home. So they come to work the power trip. Yeah, that happens. It does. I'd be like, oh, you can't do nothing at home, huh? Oh, all right. You having a bad day because you can't do nothing at home? Oh, you're not allowed to make no decisions at home, huh? Oh, okay.
With that, then, I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower, and we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. So the first incident took place in the shower. Could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yeah, so I always, there's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you'd have at the other ones. And so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower, and I was washing my hair. And I was the only one in the shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy. And so I was washing my hair. And
tell me if y'all believe this.
All of a sudden I felt go up my back, like from the top of my butt, up my back. And I hey, no, stop it. And I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here." And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there.
They want a whole
what was
lady
what
lot.
was this in?
It's in the annex.
In the annex. Okay. In the annex, are there guards positioned inside the area where you shower?
No.
Inside the area where you use the restroom?
No.
Okay. All right.
Y'all believe they want a whole lady lot?
The next thing I want to talk about is what transpired in October of October of 2024.
They didn't do nothing. They just said it.
Where you had said previously you were attacked. What were you doing? Where were you at, first of all, when that took place?
In October. So I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth.
Right.
There are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks. And I was at the center station with my back to the door. And I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand. And I was balancing myself with my left hand on the sink, just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she's in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said,
"And ain't nothing for.
You're gonna buy me commissary." I said, "I'm gonna what?" And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're gonna buy me commissary." So
them teeth is not
I said,
white.
okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. she was gone. She was just that fast, that fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk, and I got under the covers, and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. I didn't come out.
Okay. During your entire time in the annex, did this particular inmate remain confined in that area with you?
She was in the annex the whole time.
Okay. And I know that you don't want to talk about who did this to you, because why? Why don't you want to disclose who it was?
There's one thing I've learned since I'm there, is you don't, in the word is snitch, you don't tell on anyone, because you'll be sorry you did. And I've seen that, and so, I didn't even tell you for a while. I wasn't going to tell anybody. I didn't want to tell anybody. She's a big woman, and I was afraid of her.
Okay. Approximately how tall would you say she is compared to you?
She's over 6 feet, she's over 200 pounds. She's a very large woman.
Okay. Were you afraid of her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was after that.
Okay. And you said that she demanded that you were going to start getting her weekly commissary. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me, can I have just one moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, in order to move this along a little more promptly, I've requested of the state, and they have no objection. At this time, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3. I said state by mistake. Defense Exhibit number 3, Defense Exhibit number 4, and Defense Exhibit number 5.
No objection, Mr.
Yeah.
Dunn.
May I
They are
approach?
admitted.
That's all I'm saying. We here, Allie.
Ms. Adelson, prior to ordering commissary for this woman who attacked you, were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of
Confused
food.
right here.
And so I use that account to buy food, but not
No,
what she
that
wanted. She
woman
wanted
is fine,
packages.
Al.
Let's make sure the court understands. When you
But
say buy
this-
food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
This
Okay, and that's what you were spending
confused me.
$40 a week on for yourself?
Aramark, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and,
Substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, no noodles of any kind?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
yeah,
Okay.
I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay, and when you refer to packages, is that the method that the woman who attacked you said she wanted you to get for her?
That's what she asked me to get her, yes.
Okay, and these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
40 and then $10 for packaging and shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Okay, and during the course of your time in the annex, while you were still in the annex, on just about every week, did she continue to find you in the bathroom and demand what packages that you would get ordered for her?
Yes,
And-
she must have been keeping an eye on me, but when I was in the bath, those are the only time she would approach me is in the bathroom, and she would tell me what she wanted for that week.
And did you make those orders through your husband?
I called my husband. I didn't tell him what happened. I just called him and said, honey, I want some extra food. Would you mind ordering some packages for me? And he said, sure, honey. And he did.
And he did that. And at the time that your normal canteen or commissary would be delivered, is that when the extra packages would be delivered as well?
Yes, all at the same time.
Okay, and in the course of things, you would go pick up your canteen and then her extra packages, is
Yes,
that right?
yes.
And where did you keep her items when you got back to the annex?
So it was, you have to carry your bin up, and they put the package, they open up a plastic bag and they loosely put all the stuff in the bin. So it was all in a bin that I would take back and put onto my bed.
Okay, and did you keep her eye care packages separated from your
Yeah,
canteen?
this-
Okay, and how is it that she would receive her packages? How did she get the
So
food?
she would send, I used to say her minions, she would just pick different girls to come over to me, and they would say, package up 4 soups and 3 bags of chips. And the first time I didn't know what she wanted me to do, and she said it's for, and she mentioned her name. I said, well, how am I supposed to do that? She said, just put it in your shirt, I'll meet you in the bathroom. So I would load these things in the top of my shirt, and I would hold the bottom of my shirt like this so that nothing would fall out, and I'd go to the bathroom, and then somebody would follow me in there, and she would take it out, transfer it into her shirt, and walk away.
And that continued from the time that she first yanked her arm behind your back in October all the way until you were put into protective custody, is
Yes,
that right?
yes.
Okay, when you got into protective custody, in fact, did you receive your last packages for her?
So the last package came, I was put into protective custody on a Monday, and Tuesday, the commissary came with those packages and brought them to me.
Okay, and do you have that extra food in your protective custody room now?
They're sitting there, I don't eat that stuff, so it's all sitting on top of my bunk.
It's made up of noodles and chips and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
Yeah, it's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that
20
right?
minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come
Not
out?
at all.
Okay, make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, we're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't come out at all. During your hour, 3 days a week, and your 20 minutes, 2 days a week, is that when you're given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the end of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of
for?
that, yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-Pod, like Mary.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that this individual who attacked you was also, at least for some period of time, in that same area?
I'm not sure where she was. She might have been.
Okay.
I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I
Okay.
heard that she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, was there an occasion where another girl came and knocked on your door wanting you to give her food?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And what happened when you said you would give her food?
I said, I have all that extra food. I don't mind giving it to people. So-
Okay. And so how were you going to give it to her?
Well, that's what I said to her. How am I going to get this to you? And so she gave the guard a high sign, and the guard buzzed the door open, and it was her and a friend of hers, the two of them, and they'd only stepped in my room like a foot, came in, and I gave them some soups.
Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other
There have been other
situations?
times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, what did you want? And she said, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room. I said, okay. So I
Okay.
turned around and went back.
Okay. We have to move along a little bit faster here. So one of the things that's been a big issue for you is lack of sleep. So we're going to just kind of go through this quickly for the court. But you testified previously that the nighttime medications come between 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the nighttime medications that you get, is there something in there to assist you to go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get the medication. About how long after that is it before you can go to sleep?
From the time I get it, probably a half hour.
Okay. All right. And what time are you woken up for breakfast?
Between 3 and 3:30. Yes, last night was 3:10. Just within that half-hour range is when it comes.
Okay. And once you're woken up for breakfast, are you capable of going back to sleep?
No.
Have you tried to go back to
Oh,
sleep?
my God. Yes, I try.
So that period of that block of time that you get from the time you fall asleep after your night meds until you're woken up for breakfast, that's the only sleep that you're getting while you're incarcerated?
That's it.
How has that affected you?
So, listen, I know older people don't need as much sleep as younger people, but I need more than 2 hours a night. I need more than a good night is 3. One night I had 3.5 hours. It's not enough sleep to stay focused. I mean, I feel like I'm foggy sometimes
Yeah,
because
I don't
I'm
get
sleeping, I'm
enough sleep.
tired, and I can't go to sleep. They got people screaming and yelling. They bang on the doors, they shake the doors. It sounds like a drum in there. It's horrible. So I can't sleep with
You
all that
think
noise
all
going
this
on.
stuff happening?
Okay. Do you have legal documents that we have provided to you or prior counsel has provided to you that you need to review to assist in the preparation of your defense?
That's what I mean,
See,
y'all.
Sure. Do you keep legal
because-
documents with you that you're supposed to be reviewing to assist to prepare for your defense?
Sure, I've got two bins full of them.
Okay. Are you having difficulty completing the tasks that we're asking you to do because of your lack of sleep?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
She is not.
I'm going to touch you for just a
sorry,
second.
y'all.
You're able to make calls to your lawyers off of your tablet, correct?
Yes.
And those are supposed to be attorney-client
The
privilege
kids
calls,
is
correct?
not here.
Yes.
Okay, and they're not recorded according to what's said on the recording when you make the calls, is that
That's
right?
right, that's
Okay.
right.
During the time that you were in the
It's not
annex,
for me, y'all.
were you in a situation where you could be away from
I'm sorry.
everybody so that you could make those calls without anyone hearing?
No, I had to make the calls under my blanket because you couldn't hear me. I certainly couldn't hear you. So I would go under my blanket with the tablet and I
Yeah, the
would
cute under
call you
the
that
blanket,
way.
under the
That didn't keep the
blanket.
other inmates who were standing right
I
next to you
am
from
under
hearing.
the
It
blanket.
is what it is.
Okay, was there
That
a
sounds like
time when you and I were
you
speaking, and when you pulled the cover back, there was actually a guard there listening to your call?
Yes, there was.
And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, et cetera?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay, are there times where we're not able to hear each other on phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy, and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
All right, let me ask you a few questions. We're requesting that His Honor allow you to be out on bond pending your trial so that you can assist in the preparation of your defense. If His Honor ordered that you reside here in Leon County and not leave Leon County until the conclusion of the trial, would you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
If he placed you on an electronic monitor, would you agree to take that?
Yes.
If he required that you have a curfew from 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning, would you comply with the curfew?
I would do that.
Do you have the ability to do these things?
Yes.
Okay, you have the ability to get housing here in Tallahassee where you live with your husband?
Sure.
Okay. And if he said that, you can leave outside of the curfew, you can leave to go meet with your lawyers, medical appointments if you need medical appointments, coming to court, those type of things, would you comply with those orders as well?
Yes, I'd be grateful just to get a night's sleep. That would be great.
Okay. If he ordered that you had to surrender your driver's license during the pendency from now until the end of the trial and not drive, would you agree to comply with that?
Yes, I would.
I just one moment, please.
What is going on?
Thought I had asked this, but I might not have. For the medical conditions that you have complained of during the time that you were speaking with the doctors and they said that they didn't give you the treatments that you were requesting, did they ever offer that they would have a doctor from the outside perform the treatment for you?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Student cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Listen.
Right, so the incident in the shower, after you let the inmate know that you did not like what she was doing by telling her to stop, did she ever try that again?
Girl.
And that inmate's no longer, or you
You
didn't disclose the
lose
name of
your
that inmate, but
liberty
you did
while
tell
in
the
jail.
investigator that that inmate is no longer in jail with you, right?
She's no longer
Well,
there.
she
She left shortly after that.
Okay. As far as the arm twist incident from October of 2024, you said you reported that in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't give the name, you said you wouldn't give the name
Listen.
of her to the investigator either, okay?
No.
But you do know that if you would give her name, that instead of you being
Yeah,
separated from the
this is
pod,
why
she
I
could be
don't
separated from
believe.
you, and you could be back with the general population.
I don't
She's
believe
not
that's
the only one that hurt
Corey.
me. That's why I wouldn't do it. She had a half a dozen girls that came up to me.
Was there ever any physical violence by her or anyone she's friends with after that October
No.
24 incident?
No, that was it, that day.
And by being in solitary
Child.
confinement, does it give you an opportunity to have a quieter space where you can prepare for trial?
She said
I
she
guess it
learned in
would be
jail
a
that you
quiet
don't
space
sleep.
if
You
I could
learned
get
that
some
at
sleep,
home.
and I would
Remember
be able to
before you got
concentrate
arrested?
On what I'm supposed to do. Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you
girl.
also get in-person visits with your attorney in jail?
I do.
Okay, and when that happens, are you in a room alone with him or her or both?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And y'all are able to have conversations then that are private?
yes.
For the sciatic nerve, in December of 2024, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection for that pain that you declined?
I am going to object to the use of the medical records by the state based on a prior objection.
Student, do you have an ability to show that these records were not a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland that is still disputed?
No, these are part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland, but my understanding is that the defense would have opened the door to this by asking her about all of these times she was seen by medical staff and what basically was not done for her.
As to that, I will permit the witness to answer. You may answer the statement.
Could you ask me one more time?
Yes. For the sciatic pain that radiates down your right leg, were you offered a Solumedrol, a steroid injection, and then after that, a Medrol, so a steroid dose pack, that you declined until you were able to speak with your physician?
No, I told her that in the past I had gotten a steroid injection in my spine, and she said, we don't do that. I could offer you, and it was a Medrol dose pack, I think.
A Solumedrol
I could offer
injection?
you that, but we don't do that. And having had sciatica twice in my lifetime, I know what's been done each time, and I know that
You
works.
said
And
why?
so, she said, we can't do that. We don't offer that. You would need to see a specialist
Right,
for
they
that.
don't.
Okay, I'm going to show you this page. I'm looking at the encounter from December 13th, 2024 at 3:22 p.m. Does it say, offered patient a Solumedrol injection, and then starting tomorrow, a Medrol dose pack? Patient requested decline until she can speak with her physician.
I don't know what a Solumedrol injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said I could give you other medication. But I've been there, I've done that. I know what happens with sciatica, and I know what needs to be done. That's not going to be the answer.
For your arm and shoulder pain, isn't it true that you reported you had mild pain in your left arm and
No,
shoulder?
I
That's
heard
not
that gentleman say that before. I couldn't believe it. I told you that I had severe burning pain down the outer part of my arm. I never used the word.
Well, for always, yes, they do. They do believe in HIPAA. However, she lied. She's getting caught lying. They're impeaching her on the stand, okay? And they wouldn't be allowed to ask these questions But for her, the defense attorney opening the door and asking questions, trying to say she's not being treated or offered treatment while she's incarcerated. So for the sciatica that she said that she had over 10 years ago that lasted for 48 hours, and now she's on the stand saying she only had it twice before, and twice before she know what they did for it, and they didn't do this. No, you said you had it once 10 years ago. It lasted for 48 hours until the doctor gave you some type of injection, right? So now she's saying that she had 2 things of treatment. But the reason why they're able to ask, and you heard her attorneys object, is because they are the ones that opened the door, and they cannot just open the door and talk about her medical history and have her sit there and belabor about her medical conditions and pains and lack of treatment while incarcerated, only to find out you were offered some type of treatment and you declined. You see how that works? She been lying the whole time that she has been incarcerated for several different things. Now you're trying to get out of jail. If they catching you in these lies on the stand, if you're perjuring yourself on the stand right now, why should the judge feel comfortable giving you a curfew, giving you a bond? At this point, like I said, I fell asleep, so I'm not sure about whether or not what the outcome was. We're going to learn that together. But, baby, yeah, in order for them, so you see they had, I don't know if you were here for that part when they subpoenaed her health records, and they had a big thing. They wanted all of this, the health records thrown completely out. This is the real reason why you want those health records thrown out, because they were saying that they were illegally obtained. But the judge is saying, not too fast. We're going to allow it because this is the only way we'll be able to find out if like what she's saying is true. But they subpoenaed the records for a previous hearing, and then last week for this hearing. And so far it's not looking too good for them. But yeah, they do, HIPAA does apply while you in jail. But when you got somebody that's just lying on, like, this is what happened. So yeah, they do. And here we go. Let's get right back into it. All right, because this lady, she's something else.
Mild pain. I don't know where they got that from, but that's not what I said.
Okay. I'm going to show you the encounter from February.
In jail, they write down everything, document everything because of these reasons.
Positive for left upper extremity limited.
You have to document
That's what it says.
on such and such a date.
No way
That way, if you are doing your job and the medical department is not, you're covered. You see why I asked.
And I read it, and I had to sign it, I would say I never said this. But I'm telling you, I never said mild pain.
Okay.
It's shooting hot pain down my arm.
For that injury,
yeah, she's trying to get
have
home
an X-ray, and they did go over that X-ray
yeah.
with you and let you know that there was no fracture or dislocation.
There was no fracture, that's what she told me. I didn't think it was a fracture.
Or dislocation of your shoulder or arm.
No, there was.
They did an X-ray, no fracture, no dislocation.
And they also went over your chest X-ray
none of
results with you to let you know that your chest X-ray appeared clear.
Yes.
Child, this lady is a whole
You ultimately
entire
received the
mess.
Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on your elbow.
Yes,
I'll be right back.
I got that on
I'll be right back.
Saturday. When did I get that? On Monday?
Okay, so within a day or two of the cut occurring.
Yes.
And you said that if you are given a bond, you will reside in Tallahassee, you will follow court orders. But when you were afraid of being arrested right after Charlie Adelson's trial, isn't it true that you hoped that you could get to the airport before you were arrested?
I wasn't afraid of being arrested.
What were you trying to get to the airport in time for? In that jail
My
cell?
husband and I literally shocked and traumatized at what had happened to Charlie. And he said, we need to just get some peace. We need to catch our breath. We're going to go away somewhere. And I thought it was a good idea because I couldn't think straight. I really couldn't think straight. I was so upset, and so was he. And it was his idea. He said, sweetheart, let's go, just get away. We're going to just get away somewhere so we can have some time to think.
Okay, so your testimony is that you weren't trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, you know, we've been to Vietnam before with friends. We were on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We can buy a ticket and we can go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Okay, but you were hoping to make it out of America in time before you were arrested, right?
I wanted to get away. He wanted to get away. That's what we wanted to do. And it wasn't, we spoke to our attorneys. I asked them. They said there's no pending. We purposely called them to make sure it was legal to do it. And they said there's no, what were their words? There's no pending charges and there's no warrant. So you want to go. And so I thought you asked your attorneys and they tell you that. I'm going.
But Dan did tell you, as you say in the jail call, that knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if you'll make it out in time. I really don't. But that he said you might, or you might get to the airport and they'll stop you. It could happen.
That's what he said.
Right. So you went to the airport knowing that it could happen. They could stop you at the airport. You could end up being arrested.
Yeah, that's what Dan said.
Right. And when you were looking at places to go those couple of days after Charlie Adelson's trial, you were specifically looking, though, for countries that did not have extradition with the U.S.
For the reason I just told you.
Right. And the reason that you're saying that you were looking for countries with no extradition was so that you could get back faster in order to be arrested in the U.S.
No, that's not what I said. It's because, I don't know, maybe we watch too much TV or too many movies, but I've seen movies where people are stuck in like third world prisons and waiting and waiting and waiting. And my feeling was, this is not what we want to happen. If the state says they want us to come back, we'll buy a ticket, we'll come back on our own terms. We don't have to be sitting in a jail somewhere. We'll come back home and turn ourselves in.
Couldn't you have done that no matter what country you went to?
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not in law enforcement, but it appears that they would notify law enforcement in that country and then they could hold you in a jail for God knows how long. And I didn't want that to happen. So he said, well, that's why we'll do it this way, honey. That way, if they do notify us, so we get a phone call from our attorney or from law enforcement, then we'll buy a ticket, we'll go home.
Okay.
And so it would have been on our terms. That was the point. That was the reason that he thought that was a good idea.
And your
Before you
testimony?
continue, Ms. Dugan, we are over time. If you please can get to your most pertinent questions.
Yes, sir. I guess your testimony ultimately, though, is that you were not trying to go to a country with no extradition because you were trying to avoid being held accountable for this charge. That's your testimony?
I didn't do this.
Okay.
Being held accountable for this is not what happened.
Being arrested for this case?
Being arrested?
Right. That was not what you were trying to avoid by trying to go to a non-extradition country.
We were trying to get our heads on straight and just breathe.
That's all I have to do.
Any redirect examination for Mrs. Adelson?
Just one question, Judge.
You may proceed.
The testimony was you were offered an X-ray. You were never offered an MRI for your shoulder, were you?
No.
Thank you.
You may step down, Mrs. Adelson. Deputy, please assist me to your seat. Does the defense have any other documents or evidence or witnesses that it intends to present?
I don't have any other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice of the motion and order in the Adam Frash case where a request was made in a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had an opportunity to review that?
I did. The records of the circuit court, they don't have to be judicially noticed. What the other judges have done in the past certainly are a matter of record. Procedurally, we are in a different posture than Dr. Frash was, than your client, but any argument that you believe is reasonable, you may make concerning it.
Okay. The only other thing I wanted to do, Your Honor, is as an
talking about
officer
the
of the board, I
Dr.
wanted to
Frash
represent two
case?
things. We attempted to... I don't have have any other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice
That
of
wasn't me,
the
y'all.
motion and order in the Adam Frash case where a request was made in a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had an
Not the
opportunity to
Mr.
review that?
Frash case.
I did. The
Child.
records of the circuit court, they don't have to be judicially noticed. What the other judges have done in the past
Child,
certainly
not
are a
the,
matter of
that is,
record.
I wouldn't even brought that
Procedurally,
case
we are in
up.
a different posture than Dr. Frash was, than your client, but any argument that you believe is reasonable, you may make concerning it.
Okay, the only other thing I wanted to do, Your Honor, is as an officer of the court, I wanted to represent two things. We attempted to obtain a copy of a no-fly order because that letter was received after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, and the only response we were able to get was that there's not from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, was that there's not an open dispute of a no-fly order, so I didn't want there to appear to be a misrepresentation by myself in the motion and us not being able to present anything to the court. That's as much as they would say in response to our request. And then finally, I was glad to see that Mr. Google here is present, and I'm sorry I don't remember he's under sheriff, I think now, Mr. Google, in charge of the jail, and I just wanted to represent to the court that I did inquire about outside care, and the reason I questioned the witness about additional care from other doctors is I did inquire as to whether we could have her taken to see other doctors to get treatment that she could not get in the jail, and Mr. Google did advise me that with a court order that could take place, but we were never advised that without a court order she was able to get medical treatment that she was requesting.
See that?
Still didn't respond to the bond
Wait,
motion and presented
LBD. I'm
evidence
not
you
doing
have
with this. I'm off my
concerning
granny.
presumption of guilt evident or,
Free my
excuse
granny.
me, proof of
Free my
guilt
granny
evident
out
or
the slam up.
presumption grade. Go ahead.
I have two very quick witnesses for us to the medical or to the security concerns. Practice a second.
Ooh, tell me they won't get further in to free my granny out that slam up. Free my granny out that dirty. Your granny is a mess, AOBD. Your granny is something else. She's not a high fashion. Let me see, Alec. Y'all say that backward. Alec.
Probably going to take all of it, but you can collect it for now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
Your granny
you're
is
about to
lost.
provide will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat.
Free
may
your
examine when
granny
you're
out
ready.
Will you state your name and spell it, please?
Chelsea Wilson, CHELSEAWILSON.
Miss Wilson is
And where do
Chelsea.
you work?
I ain't-
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
Okay.
Specifically, I am assigned as criminal investigations for the jail.
All right, did you
Ah,
investigate
yay.
an incident reported by Donna Adelson in February of 2025?
Yeah.
That occurred back
I
in
ain't
October
even,
of
I ain't seen this
2024.
y'all.
Yes.
Oh,
And was that the incident where she
I
said that
see
an
this.
inmate twisted her arm in the bathroom area and told her that she wanted the canteen?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any video footage in the area where that took place?
No, not in the bathroom.
Okay. Did she disclose to you the name of the inmate?
No.
Did she disclose whether the inmate had ever been violent again, or anyone that is somehow related to the inmate in custody as far as being a friend or family member?
My understanding was it was a one-time
AOBD
incident.
grit.
If she had disclosed the name of the inmate, what could be done to hopefully keep that situation from happening again?
No, well,
Free my
we knew the
granny
name of the
out there.
inmate. We could take measures to make sure that they were not housed together, that they were not in, for example,
Yeah.
classes together. I don't know if she's interested in classes, but measures could
You
absolutely be
gotta
taken to make sure that they were
yeah,
not
so
able
that
to
you
have physical
can
contact
not
with each
be
other
granny, so
for
you
our
could,
safety.
you know,
If we don't know
granny,
that
free
inmate's
my
identity,
granny out
though,
that.
and we can't take her out of the area where Miss Adelson lives
Right.
in the jail, is the only option then to take Miss Adelson out of the area and put her in an area where
And
she
PC,
cannot not be
right?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you let her know that? And if so, how did she respond?
I did, during the investigation, trying to get the inmate's name who twisted her arm. I did explain to her that I would be able to, or we would be able to move her back into a pod where she's able to move around more, where she's able to be social, for example.
This is not
And
good for
her
her.
response essentially was that she felt,
What? I'm not
although she's not
doing
able to move around much in protective custody, she felt
I can't
safer there, and that it does give her a
I
little bit more
cannot
peace and
see
quiet to review legal materials for her upcoming
Y'all
trial.
crazy.
That's all I have, thank you.
I can't unsee it now.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Bobby Collins.
Look, no, she don't want to ask her nothing. I forgot this jailhouse alley. I'm gonna just leave you permanently in the jail on then.
As far as the routing numbers, that might be a website, but that's fine.
Y'all is showing at. I don't want to be Viverito. Oh my gosh. I ain't gonna tell y'all. Look,
Please raise your right hand, sir.
first of all, I was getting
Do you swear or
first
affirm the
glance, I just
testimony
looked
you're
up. I
about
was
to
getting
give
ready to
today
say,
will be
wanna
the truth?
be
Yes, I am. You may take your seat. You may
Jesus.
examine when you're ready.
Can you state your name and spell it for us, please?
Lieutenant Robert Collins, ROBERT,
Thank you. And can you tell us where you work and what you do there?
I'm assigned at the detention. I oversee the classification unit.
Okay. How does the jail, the Leon County Detention Facility, handle when
I'm not
inmates
messing
are
with y'all.
pressuring or threatening other inmates to buy
Wanna
them
be
food in the canteen?
Viverito?
Well, we interview the inmate, we gather information, providing what information that they give us. We will separate them out of harm's way and place the inmate separation, possibly follow up with incident reports or disciplinary reports.
Okay. And is there always an officer in every pod that an inmate can report an incident to, whether it be a security issue or a medical issue?
Yes, at all times.
Okay.
Listen,
Have
I'm
there
gonna
been
come
any
first, that's what I thought.
allegations made to the officers at Leon County Jail by Donna Adelson about any type of
That is
financial
a-
shakedown or threat in exchange for canteen,
Don't do
aside
that,
from the
y'all.
one made this month regarding the arm twist in exchange for canteen?
Woo!
Not that I'm aware of, I only reviewed 2 incidents reports from February
You
3rd.
trying to get out of
Okay,
jail
those
by
were the
any
ones made
means
this month on
necessary.
February.
for
Okay, and
any
those are the
means.
incidents that
Yeah.
the defense cited in their motion?
Correct.
Okay, that's it, thank you.
Woo.
Cross-examination.
Any means
I don't have
necessary.
anything. Thank you.
You may step down, Lieutenant.
You don't want no
Thank you.
parts. You don't want them to say. You don't want them to say it. Don't say nothing.
Student, do you have any evidence that you wish to enter pertaining to the Arthur aspect of this?
I do, Judge.
Now,
At this time, I'd move, and I'll just go through all of them at once. State's Exhibit 1, which is the probable cause affidavit for Donna Adelson. State's Composite 2, which are the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, which Your Honor presided over. State's Exhibit 3, which are a PDF of slides from Chris Corbett's PowerPoint presentation that only feature the analysis of Donna Adelson's travel the night of July 18th, 2014. The open line jail call that we've referred to today from November 7th, and the transcript of, that's State's 4, the transcript of that call, which is State's 5. State's Exhibit 6, which is a chat with Vietnam Visa on WhatsApp by Donna Adelson. State's Exhibit 7, which are excerpts from WhatsApp conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then finally, State's Exhibit 8, which is a letter from the Markel family to the court, which defense has reviewed regarding their wishes for bond.
Concerning the state's
Not
exhibits,
WhatsApp.
does the defense have any objection or anything to raise?
With respect to States Exhibits 4 and 5, renew our objection, and as we believe the call should be suppressed, as well as the excerpt from the call and the transcript, so we would object on that basis.
As it relates to whether the court will consider exhibits 4 and 5 that will be tied to the order on suppression as to all other matters, is there any objection?
No, Judge.
court reserves whether Exhibits 4 and 5, and I believe, which other ones were you contesting?
Just 4 and 5.
4 and 5 will be admitted. All other exhibits offered by the state for the purposes of Arthur and bond will be admitted at this time. Ms. Dugan, do you have all of these available?
I do.
The case can approach.
Okay, and then 1 through 7 are all on.
Ooh,
And the state's provided us, downloaded a copy of the thumb drive earlier. So we have
yeah. I cannot
Ms.
see
Dugan, you may
it.
make your final argument concerning the Arthur
Ooh, I
standard and
cannot
also
see it.
bond.
Yeah,
Guess I'll go
AOBD.
with Arthur's standard first.
At first glance, Gates will be yup.
As to State's Exhibit 2, the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, I think that the parts of these trial that were most relevant to whether we've met the standard in Donna Adelson's case are the emails that show Donna Adelson's motivation to commit the crime when she voices her hatred towards Dan Markel, strategizes ways to get Wendy Adelson and her sons to live in South Florida. The thousands of dollars worth of checks we saw in that trial that were written to Magbanwa, signed by Donna Adelson when Magbanwa never worked for the family in any capacity. Magbanwa's testimony that Charlie Adelson was about her being the middleman between Charlie Adelson and the hitman for this murder, and how on July 18th, 2014, which was the night of the murder, that Charlie gave her money at his home, which she then delivered to the hitman. Magbanwa saying that she learned that night, the night of July 18th, that Charlie Adelson and his parents had just been at the home. It was her understanding that Donna Adelson had washed the money and the money was damp. For the State's Exhibit 3, which is the
Lord,
travel
she
analysis.
done washed the
Basically,
money.
each slide show that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's travel from their home in Miami to Orlando on the night of July 18, 2014. At a certain point, Donna Adelson texts Charlie Adelson, "I'm outside your house," or "outside your house." Charlie Adelson then responds a little while later with 10 minutes. Cell tower analysis shows that Charlie Adelson is inconsistent with his house 10 minutes later, and when you look at the time it took for Donna Adelson to travel from the area of Charlie Adelson's home to the next point with location data for her north of Charlie Adelson's home, it shows that it should be about a 45-minute trip, but it shows that it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes. That shows there was 1 hour and 9 minutes unaccounted for during the time when she would have been waiting for Charlie Adelson at his house and could have stayed there for about half an hour once he arrived. And that could be consistent with her taking some of the money to Charlie Adelson's home, as Magbanwa describes. State's Exhibit 4.
Grandma
is the
had
open
boots on
line
the ground,
jail
y'all.
call we've already heard today. On page 8, she does say, after speaking with Dan this morning, after knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't, but Dan says you make it to the airport or they may stop you. It could happen, but it's worth a try. She then says on page 16 that they've looked it up over and over because things change, whether there's extradition from Vietnam. They could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. We are looking for places where there's no extradition. State's Exhibit 6, which is
she's
the
a
chat
flight
with
risk,
Vietnam visa
a
on
big
WhatsApp.
one.
In that first message, that service tells Donna Adelson that all of the messages are encrypted and no one can read them. She began on this WhatsApp trying to get the visas during the afternoon of November 7th. That's less than
She was
24 hours
boots
after
on the ground,
trial
Granny. Sorry,
transcripts and state composite 2 reflect that there was a
AOBD. I don't think
jury
they're gonna let
verdict in
your
Charlie
grandma
Adelson's
out.
trial.
I don't
Donna
know.
Adelson says in that conversation
Why do
that
people
she
think they
needs
can get
an
away with
emergency
red rum?
fast-track visa for
Ah,
her
yeah,
and her
yes.
husband.
Or
When given the
even
option of
red
30 or
rum. You can
90
think it
days, so she
through.
chooses
All along,
90,
I'ma think.
unless she can only do 30, and in that case, she'll
People
do it and
get
just extend it.
arrested 25
She then
years
sends
later, 30
passport
years
pictures
later,
and pays for the
because you think
visas.
you smart.
Several days later, she says to the service
Never
that
had
she's
no
getting nervous
training.
because she hasn't received
First
the visas
thing,
yet.
people don't
And
even
she's
know. Don't
typing
never
all
talk
that
to
in
no
all
cops.
caps.
I'm
She
not
says her
talking.
flight is
You
booked.
talk for
At
French,
that
like
point,
I'm
which is the
innocent. I ain't got
one-way
nothing
trip
to hide.
to
They
Vietnam with a
gonna
layover in
kill me.
Dubai. That's within days of Charlie Adelson's verdict.
Do your
The
dirt
chat
all
shows
by
then
your
that
own,
she got the
because
visa
somebody
just
was
in
talking
time, I think the
mentally.
day
Chat.
before the flight, and then she
They had
ended up being
Captain
arrested on the
Magnolia
jetway in Miami
Shore.
right before she boarded the one-way trip to
She got some
Vietnam.
new breast
We
decisions,
also
though.
have the excerpts from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson, State's Exhibit 7. This is a conversation that the court has seen before. We've had a motion hearing about it, I believe, where basically we were able to get these messages in 2023 when Donna Adelson was arrested and we seized her cell phone. This is from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson on her phone. These are WhatsApp messages, though, that occurred in August of 2016. And there's a conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson where Charlie Adelson is basically workshopping ideas that maybe the killer was a coke dealer and that Danny was just buying drugs from him. And in there, they don't mention anything about extortion, which ended up being Charlie Adelson's
make the man out the
defense at trial. That he didn't intend for this to happen, that he was extorted, and that he didn't do this.
They try to make the man.
And finally, the letter from the Markel family. Given the totality of the evidence in this case, the state does meet the burden under Arthur. The state has met its burden for every defendant who has been charged in this case.
Yeah.
They have
You
all
might
been
not, the
held in
needle, she
custody
might
until trial.
use them for something else.
And none of them tried to flee to a non-extraditable country to avoid being charged before arrest.
She was a threat to
The court
herself.
somehow
Listen,
believes the state
I'm
falls
gonna
short
tell y'all
of
what I think
the
about
defendant
her
should still
gashing
be
her
held
arm
on because she is absolutely
at the
a
laundry
flight
machine.
risk, given her past actions. More so now than ever, now that she has actually been charged. What we saw her talking about on the jail call and doing in the visa chat and going to the airport for and being arrested there, that was all before she was even arrested, when she just knew that the charges may be coming. Now she has been charged, she is facing life in prison, so I think she's more of a flight risk than ever when you consider a totality of all of that information. As to the bond argument, we heard from, the Mike Hayden, who's the medical administration. All of the defendants' complaints have been evaluated. Medical staff has treated them. She's been able to see a doctor in a day or two. That is faster than most of us who are out of custody could see our doctors. She was given Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on her arm when she bumped into the laundry machine. Sometimes accidents like that happen, and that could also happen to her out of custody as well as it could happen to her in custody to bump into something and get a cut. We heard about her breathing and pain issues. Doctors ordered x-rays to make sure nothing more was going on, and the x-rays were negative. Medical staff can provide treatment for any inmate's medical needs, whether it be on-site or them having to go to a hospital, but they also need evidence of what's wrong and what needs to be treated beyond the inmate just saying that they hurt. And to see a specialist, there does need to be a necessity. If there's a necessity, Leon County Jail will recognize that and make the necessary referrals. Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. All of her necessities are being met, and she should bring, and should she bring a medical necessity to the staff's attention, they will continue being met. As far as security is concerned, she wouldn't provide the identity of the inmate that caused the concern. If she would, then she could remain where she is while the other inmate is taken out. However, because she won't disclose, the only option right now is her being in protective custody. But as she did tell the investigator, that does, even though I'm sure it's not very exciting and it has its downsides, it is a quiet place where she can prepare more for trial. And so she's saying that she prefers that right now. The state asked that she continue to be held no bond at Leon County Jail because she's safe there and it will guarantee her presence at trial.
Final argument from the defense.
With respect to Arthur and every other defendant prior to Ms. Adelson being held and Arthur being met, Ms. Adelson isn't the prior folks. She's not the ones who showed up at Mr. Markel's residence with a firearm who planned to kill him and then did shoot him at very close range and take his life. She's not them.
She hired them.
They can meet their burden there, clearly. That's not what Mrs. Adelson is even alleged to have done. In this case, did they hold Charlie? Yes, they did. They met his burden too. The proof against Charlie is very different. I'm representing, Your Honor, a woman who stands before this court, and the argument out of the state's mouth literally is what I put in my motion. She said some bad things about her future ex-son-in-law prior to a divorce being granted. She cut some paychecks out of Charlie Adelson's business, and it was her job to cut the paychecks, and at his instruction, she cut paychecks to Catherine Magbanawa. When her daughter called to say that her soon-to-be or her ex-husband had been shot and killed, Ms. Adelson got in her car with her husband and drove from Miami to Tallahassee, and they're elderly folks, and that's a part of the record. It's a natural course of travel from Miami up to Tallahassee to go through the Orlando area. The state actually said in its argument that the time that lapsed between when they show the cell phone records of Donna Adelson and being near Charlie Adelson's house, and then when Charlie says he's going to get back, could be consistent with Mrs. Adelson stopping there and giving them this alleged pre-washed money. Could be consistent is not the Arthur standard. It's proof evident, presumption great. And they simply...
Proof evident or presumption.
Or presumption great. And they don't have that in this case, Judge. What they have is the strongest, could be consistent with. Their entire case against Mrs. Adelson is speculation. The problem here is not one problem, that health issues are not being taken care of, or sleep is being deprived, or, you know, she's not getting the food that she likes. Nobody's complaining about the fact that she's not getting food that she doesn't like. She's gained a third of her body weight. They can't protect her in the jail. They've testified themselves. There are no cameras inside the area where they use the restroom, the area where they take the shower, where these washing machines are. There are no guards in there. There's no video in there. So if she disclosed the name, which she's willing to do in camera to the court with nobody else present because she knows she's going to be retaliated against, they can't protect her from retaliation. If they put her back in the annex and some girlfriends or friends of this woman that she rats out finds out that she's back in there, they can take her down in the bathroom, and the guards who are sitting behind a glass being protected themselves aren't even going to know what's happening until it's too late. So providing the name doesn't do that.
Before you go on, Ms. Fulford, as to the sheriff's role in this, he has a constitutional responsibility to all inmates. Also, your client has the ability to pursue a writ of mandamus if the sheriff will not fulfill his obligations. Is there a reason this has not been pursued if the situation is as you
go to the jail with this, not the court.
That's not the only issue we have, Judge, which is what I was getting to. What we have before us is a woman who's 75 years old. She's elderly. She has health issues that aren't being addressed, but there's more. She's not getting any sleep. She's given medication between 11:30 and 1:30 at night, maybe getting to sleep by 2 o'clock in the morning, waking back up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. We're not asking that she get special treatment. She's on trial for her life in a town where everybody believes she's guilty. That for 10 years, it's been the same story, that the mafia mother has planned out this homicide and had Dan Markel killed on this evidence that could be consistent with, and that's not what we have. We can't prepare her for trial under these circumstances. Can we go and visit with her at the jail? Yes, we can. Do we have contact visits with her where we can prepare? Yes, we do. But we can't be up there 5 days a week. We can't be up there 7 days a week. We can't be there for lengthy hours. We're not the only ones who are requesting that time. When we got the records from the medical records from the state last week, there was one time that the jail was able to squeeze us in for 1 hour to go through the medical records with her. Over 300 pages of medical records. And we had other things to do in that time for us to meet with her. And I'm not criticizing the sheriff's office, and I'm not criticizing the jail.
Yes,
the circumstances are what the circumstances are. But if she remains in the jail, we simply cannot have her prepared to testify and assist with preparation of her defense. I cannot have an attorney.
How many other inmates are in the jail?
It's the most frustrating thing in the world. This phone system that they have, they say that's not recorded, and we get cut off. It says we're making third-party calls. Neither one of us has made a move. Nothing's happening. We get cut off in the middle of the calls. She has this labored breathing. If they can't find anything in the x-rays, I'm certainly not a doctor. I don't know why she's got it, but I have to start yelling to have her to stop talking because she's breathing so loud, I can't hear a thing she's even saying. She did not flee. She did not flee prosecution.
She tried.
She was told, and witnesses for her were told, there was no prosecution. There was no warrant for her arrest. That it was perfectly fine, and the state knows this. Their own investigator told a family friend there's no warrant. They can travel. They didn't attempt to flee being prosecuted. They were told there was no warrant.
Is this
for
part of the
arrest.
evidence that's in the record, or you're just making argument generally about this?
I'm making argument generally at this point, Judge, but the state knows it. If they're going to claim that she was actually fleeing, they know better. They know that their own office said it was okay for her to travel. And where did she get to? Absolutely nowhere. And they have absolutely
the airport,
zero
she would have got on the plane. She would have made it.
testimony that she was not going to flee prosecution. She was just going to get away to clear her head. In fact, she thought she wasn't being charged. And that's all the evidence that she had. Now, if we were coming before you and she had actually fled and someone had to bring her back, I wouldn't put my name on a motion saying, give us a bond. But this isn't the first time that people have gotten a bond. Even people who fail to appear ultimately get bonds sometimes. Your Honor's aware of that. That does take place. People who violate their probation can get put back out while their hearing is pending for that violation of probation. If she has already surrendered her passport, she doesn't have a visa, she agrees not to drive, an electronic monitor is placed on her, she resides in Leon County, has to check in with pretrial as many times as you say she has to check in, can only leave for limited purposes, she's not going anywhere. And we're not asking, let's let her go back to Miami where she has an international airport that she can hop on and be gone before anybody knows that her bracelet is going off. We're asking that she be held right here, that she be court ordered to stay here with a monitor on, be allowed to be away from that home, to go to doctor's visits, get any medical treatment that she needs, come to court, be with her lawyers, and prepare her trial. We're not asking for a fancy hotel or anything else. And quite frankly, that's a little bit insulting considering the health conditions that she has,
yes,
to suggest that she's looking to be put up somewhere. The one thing the state fails to remember is she's presumed innocent.
They haven't proved
No, the
any
Leon
medical
County Jail is not a Four
AOBD.
Seasons hotel, but she's not
They have
supposed to
not
be punished
proved
yet, right? She hasn't been convicted of
She has
anything.
any health issues.
There's a difference between pretrial detention
Right.
and
And she's been punished at this point. When you take not one of these things, but all of these things together, she doesn't stand a chance of
They
being
can ask to
actually
see the
ready to
paperwork, but
testify
in
for trial.
jail, you don't have to
That
let
cannot
anybody
take place
see
under the conditions that
paperwork.
she's facing. She's in
Man,
extreme
what
pain.
she-
She's not getting any sleep. Her diet is garbage. It's just not going to happen, Judge. And
Will make her more of a tough guy.
If we were asking for something
Regardless
lenient,
of
I could
what
see
her
the
age
state's
is.
opposition.
I'm
But
just
we're
saying.
not. We're asking for you to hold her outside of the jail in the most stringent conditions she could possibly be monitored, just to allow her to be with her attorneys, get her doctor's appointments, and get ready for the trial that her entire life depends upon. And I would argue the state has not met its burden. Thank you.
Very well. I will review the admitted exhibits before making a ruling. We are in recess. This concludes the hearings. You may take Mrs. Adelson downstairs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, just very briefly, let me see if he comes back with denial or I don't know. So I'm gonna, while I take this off the screen, I'll move it to see if he came back with a decision. But I'm just saying, let me look at this. So AOBD saying, I think she is an extreme exaggerator, her or her attorney. Or the attorney. So both of them, right? I know. But jail is a real struggle. It definitely is for older people and people with medical issues. However, it has not been proven that she has any. The fact that she's saying that she has had sciatica, she said she had it 10 years ago for 48 hours. Once she visited the doctor within 48 hours. She has not had any other issues until she came to the jail, and the pain came and it was gone. And then now she's like, every so often the pain comes, maybe like she says, like every 3 months. They asked her about constant pain. It's not consistently. It's not constant. So I don't know. I don't suffer from sciatica, but I suffer from something else in my legs. And when I tell you, like it constantly, hurts. But I think sciatica is when something is pressing up against a nerve. So I'm not sure about that story. Like, come on, your son was saying, listen, this is what they tell. This was probably a setup from the prosecution, right? This is what they're saying. You had something to do with this. So she's like, well, let me get out of here and go to a country where they don't extradite back here. He's like, you can try it, go, but you're probably going to get caught. Why are they having these conversations on a recorded line Her son is in jail. He's convicted now. He's serving life for orchestrating this whole thing. There is so much evidence, y'all. This right here is a small, minute. They have had 4 different trials. The 2 unalivers had their trial together. Well, basically, Luis Rivera didn't need a trial because he cooperated and testified against the other people to save himself from the DP, because allegedly and supposedly he is the one that pulled the trigger. So were they looking for the DP case for him? Listen, we're going to spare your life and you'll do life without the possibility of parole if you roll over. All right, let's start there. So Sigfrido went to trial. Of course, he was found guilty. Catherine McBonua is the ex-girlfriend and baby mama of Sigfrido, who was going with Charlie Adelson, who is Donna Adelson's son. He is also the person that is on the wire telling his mother, listen, this is what they think. I just got convicted. She already was researching extradition to a country where they do not extradite back to the United States of Americas. And they got all of that Google search history. So she was trying to go on and say, catch me outside. How about that? Catch me at the airport. How about that? Okay, and that's exactly what the hell they did. They caught her outside at the airport. She just better be glad they did not charge her husband with an accessory. Like I said, he was a very quiet guy that was stood in the back, and it was like his wife ruled the marriage with an iron fist. Look it up. She's gangsta. She's gangsta. AOBD's grandmother is gangsta. She's nobody to mess with. I had this whole man unalive only because your daughter, who is still free today, I might add, your daughter who changed the last name of her children less than 30 days after he was unalived. Your daughter who was going to ride past the red rum scene, I believe, to make sure that the deed was done, just so happened to be in that part of the neighborhood. But they had the street blocked off, so she had to make a detour and go down the street so that she claimed she can go to the liquor store because she was having lunch with her girlfriends and she needed to bring a bottle of wine. Was it a celebratory dinner, get together? Not saying that the girlfriends knew anything about it. We're not saying that. I don't think that that's the case. But I do think that Wendy Adelson allegedly may have known I need to set up this celebration because today it is going down. Why were you in the area? And if the cops is on the street of where your ex-husband's house is, and you know that your children was staying there at your ex-husband's house because he's the one that dropped the kids off at school because they were with him that night. He was unalive. As soon as he dropped his kids off, he came right back home and boom, he was unalive. You wouldn't be like, let me check and make sure that my kids is good. because they are down the street with my husband. Were they dropped off to school this morning, or did something happen? Was you not worried about it because you already knew that there was a plan to unalive your husband, and that it must have your ex, well, her husband still, they hadn't finalized yet, and you already knew what was going on. So you just made the detour, went down the other street, and went to the liquor store. You didn't even bother to call your mother or nothing, nobody else, to say, hey, I was just going over there to the liquor store, and they have Dan Street blocked off. Oh my goodness. Since now your mother is saying that now she needs to check everything that goes on with the husband. Maybe I need to go to the school. Maybe I just need to call the school. Hello, are the boys in the school? Are they there? Are they okay? Because I just saw the street was blocked off. Looks like cops and ambulance in front of, could be down there, in front of their father's home. I just want to make sure that's not something that just led up, or happened last night. I just want to make sure that my boys are okay. That none of that crossed your mind. None of that. Listen. Right. They will. So yeah, give to what you said. So they will be more likely to stay away from her. But if she snitches on another inmate, that's a little iffy, right? But they're trying to say because of her age and because of what she does. Dan Markel was not a young guy. He wasn't a street dude. He wasn't somebody that was known. He was known to the university. He was a professor at FSU, but he wasn't one of them guys that was out there doing that. He was about working. He was about his children. He was about family until her daughter decided, I don't want you no more. All the stuff you doing, we are both of the Jewish, we are both Jewish, but you too far deep into it. You try to stick to the law too much. I don't want to do this shit. But the guy that she was going with, it's a good thing that he left when he did, because how about they had it set up to where it looked like he had an issue with Dan, and he is the one that unalived Dan. They had the guys that they hired, the hitman, rent a car identical to Wendy Adelson's boyfriend at the time of this unaliving. When the boyfriend was on the stand, he had said, I feel like if I didn't leave, that I would be behind bars doing this for this crime. And mighty funny, right before this crime, and this how you know that Wendy Adelson knew about this crime, allegedly, right out the blue from nowhere, she just said that she didn't want to be bothered with him. She wanted to take a break from him. He asked why. She really didn't have an explanation for it. She just said right now she needed to take a break. So, if you think about 1 + 1 = 2 in this case, if you break up with me and I'm just mad because you broke up with me, and I'm thinking it's because of the divorce that has not been settled yet, and because you're also upset about your boys, I would be thinking, oh, well, she broke up with me because Dan Markel is taking her through so much and doesn't want to allow her to move out of Tallahassee, Florida. So I'm going to fix the problem for my Gert. I'm going to fix the problem for my girl, Dan. It is about to go down. That's how they had this set up. Y'all, when I was watching the trial, I was like, oh. And he got on the stand and he said that. When he looked at everything and saw that the unalivers rented a vehicle identical to his, I forget whether it was a silver Prius or a Saturn. I want to say it was a Prius. It was, this case been going on for a while. And then he said, with the sudden breakup, I don't want to be bothered no more. And he was supposed to leave the day that this happened, but something told him leave now. And he left the prior day to this happening is the only reason why he was not charged in this case. Do Donna Adelson need to get out of jail? Does Wendy Adelson need to be arrested? Y'all got to see her interrogation tape. Not interrogation tape. Well, they had her in an interrogation room. They weren't interrogating her, but because she was married to Dan Markel and she was the mother of his children, they brought her in there to tell her. And her responses, she's a worse actor than her mother is. Allie, so I'm glad you said this because it brings me back to my point. I do not think that she bumped into that washing machine and that happened to her. I'm trying to figure out which part of the washing machine would cause a gash like that. Which part of your washing machines will cause a gash? Even if you bump into the washing machine, which part of your washing machine would cause a gash like that? If they have brackets on the washing machine, I believe that it would be from the back. So you would have to be behind the washing machine. What will cause that? Think about it. Even modern day washing machines, everything is round on them. Like everything is round. The sides are round. It's round. A washing machine, you either open it this way or you open it this way or swing the door open this way. Front loader or top loader. Everything else is like round. They're in jail. They're going to make sure that there is nothing there. What does she cut it on? What does she bump into? Is there a slot that you have to pay? No. I'm trying. What does she bump it on? I think that's something that, I don't know how she got the cut, but she's trying a whole lot of everything to get out of jail. I'm just saying, Allie, you worked in jail. Think about it. Or anybody that's here, think about it. You have a wash machine, you have a dryer. Is there anything on there where you can hurt yourself, like get a gash like that? Even if you bump into it. You might get pain, but to get a gash like she's saying that she had, old or not, thin skin or not. They didn't care how they didn't care how old Bill Cosby was like. My sister-in-law has sciatica off and on. It's not a joke, but it's not ongoing. Now she didn't say it was ongoing, so I'm glad. Ask your sister for me always, because I don't have sciatica. I have something now. I got some bad cases of something else. But that's another story in itself, and it's rough having issues. So that's why I don't want to judge her too harshly. It's rough having issues like that when you are, you have things. But she said that she had a sciatica 10 years ago. She went to the doctor within 48 hours and the problem was resolved. she hasn't had it again until she recently in jail. And they gave her Tylenol, which you already know they give you Tylenol for everything. Sciatica is no joke from what I hear. I don't have sciatica, but I think it presses up against a nerve. So she said she's done. AOBD, how they get caught initially. So let me go back. So they drove from wherever they lived. I forget where they lived. They drove to they drove up, right? They didn't. It was something these two fools did. And they was able to trace it back to them. And they got the footage of the license plate number, everything. I think it was the car was rented by Catherine McBonua. How they get caught initially, I'm gonna have to really look it up. They drove up. When they got there, I want to say Dan wasn't home or something. They left. I know they came back. I know they slept in the car all night. He got his kids ready and brought the kids to school, and then after that they did what they had to do and they left. That if I knew I did the said thing, we'd be playing catch me if you can. As soon as the first person got locked, but what happened was that stress caused it. What happened was when they got arrested, when the two of them got arrested, hold on a minute. Give me 1 minute, because now AOBD, you got me going backwards. Hold on. Wait a minute. So the rest of them got caught because Luis Rivera basically told. But they are the first. They are Luis Rivera, Catherine McBall, whatever. Luis Rivera and Sigfredo, they were the first to get caught. Yeah, when this case was going on, it was just crazy. All right. Hold on, I got it right here. Because I done this. The heck? So the neighbor, okay. So the neighbor called. Oh, so he did go for a workout before he headed back to Tallahassee. But while still in his car in the garage, Markel was, as soon as he pulled in the garage, he died. All right, here we go. Hold on. So at 11 a.m., Dan Markel drove home after his workout at a gym about 15 minutes away. Markel was headed up the driveway when he got a call on his cell phone. He told the man on the phone that there was someone unfamiliar in his driveway. Wow. Now, that's a point I did not know. I'm going just being honest. I didn't know. This is the first time me hearing about a call and hearing about him saying that somebody was unfamiliar in his driveway. The man then heard a muffled sound through the phone and never heard from Markel again. Markel was shot twice. He was pow twice in the head region just as he pulled his car into the garage of his Tallahassee home. Now, see, that is crazy to me because I did see that they waited on the street, I thought, and when he pulled in, they pulled in. He's saying, maybe was the guy out of the car in the driveway? That's what it may be, because So Markel's next door neighbor later called 911 and told the operator his driver's side window was shattered and he's spattered and can't answer. What? Markel's next door neighbor later called 911 and told the operator his driver's side window was shattered and he's spattered and can't answer. Oh, okay. He's talking about Markel. He's inside the car. The car is running and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. So the neighbor called. So initially they thought it was a robbery going wrong, but then they found out that it was a hit for hire. Markel was rushed to a local. All right. So the videotape of Adelson's. All right. Markel was rushed. Yeah, let me not leave this out. Markel was rushed to a local hospital. Tallahassee police officers located Markel's ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, early that afternoon at a local restaurant. Now, she's at a local restaurant. What restaurant that you know allows you to bring? A lot of restaurants don't have BYOB. Where she was having lunch with friends and drove her to the police station without explaining the details of the pow-powing. Yeah, because that when they put in that interrogation room, it was very telling. I don't care what nobody say. She needs to be on a chopping block with the rest of them. I'm sorry. So the videotape of Adelson's police interview opens with her sitting alone in a barren white-walled room. When an investigator enters, she tells him a friend just called to tell her there had been a pow-powing on the block where Markel lived. That's what this is about, the officer tells her as she begins to break down in tears. What friend called you? There was a shooting at your home or your ex-husband's home. He has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive. Her acting skills, when I tell you they are poor, they were poor. Oh my God, Allison says, sobbing throughout. What happened? I just don't understand. How could this happen? The interview went on for more than 5 hours. Adelson told police that she was in fear and worried that whoever pow-powed Markel could be coming for her children next. About 15 hours after he was pow-powed, Markel was pronounced unalive. Police found no evidence of a break-in at Markel's home and swiftly determined that the shooting was no random act and that someone wanted him unalived. While on the hunt for the suspected getaway car, investigators also dug into every aspect of Markel's life for theories into who could have unalived him and why. During her interview, Adelson told police that Jeffrey Lacoste, who was a fellow FSU professor and had been dating Adelson for 9 months at the time, she said Lacoste didn't like Danny because Danny hurt me. And that was the person who her family tried to set up to look like he did this. I did not. Listen, I saw the trial. But, when you watch her interrogation video, you will probably do what I did and skip through because it was annoying more than anything. Because the crying and stuff was so over the top with no tears. And some of the stuff she was saying was like, Anyway, 2 nights after questioning Adelson, police brought in Lacoste for questioning on July 21st. Police verified that Lacoste had been hundreds of miles away at the time of the Red Room, but over the course of 3 lengthy interviews, Lacoste gave police his theories about the crime. Lacoste told police to not focus on Adelson, but on her parents. God dang! And her brother Charles in South Florida, who ran the family dentistry business. If you came late, I don't know if I told you. Charles Adelson was a dentist. So was his father. And Donna Adelson kept the books. She paid the bills. She wrote the checks. She had control of the money. Okay? So they hate Danny in a way. I have never seen this kind of obsession. I mean, their hobby is hating Danny. Lacoste is heard telling police on video recorded during his interview, I would just say I would be investigating Charlie Adelson. He wasn't wrong. I don't know if he did this, but if you are looking at someone, don't miss him. Miss him. The person they was trying to set up, he done told the cops, like, look here. Says y'all looked over here. No, look here. Look right here. Follow the money. Follow the money. Girl. So police didn't have much evidence to go on, but they did get a lead from the neighbor who called 911 and told them on the day of the shooting he had seen a light-colored car that looked like a Toyota Prius. It was a Prius, y'all. Back out of the driveway. Okay, so the Prius was in the driveway. So how did Dan pull in if the Prius was in the drive? Or maybe the guy was in the driveway, the Prius pulled up and picked him up. See, that's kind of confusing. Anyway, backed out of the driveway and head down the road after the shooting. On July 23rd, 5 days after Markel's unaliving, investigators released a grainy surveillance photo of a light-colored Toyota Prius and called it a vehicle of interest in the homicide. In their investigation, police found clear signs that Markel was stalked by two men in a Prius before the red room. As news reports of the red rum began to circulate in Tallahassee, a resident in an apartment complex called police saying that they had seen a Prius-like vehicle parked in a parking lot and that two men got out of it and started walking down the nearby nature trail. Markel's house is just a short walk from the nature trail. God daggone it. I know somebody was on foot. They got the biggest picture of here, Louis Rivera. So police later obtained video shot from a city bus of what they believe was the same green Toyota Prius. That car wasn't green. The car was silver. I thought the car was silver. Although you can't see the driver or read the license plate in the video, a toll transponder can be seen in the windshield of the Toyota Prius. The Prius was rented, wasn't it? Investigators said it was a strong sign that the unalivers weren't from Tallahassee because there are few toll roads surrounding the city. On the 1-year anniversary of Markel's red rum, the Tallahassee Police Department released a new photo of the Toyota Prius that they believe was driven by whoever red-rummed Markel. Based on the image of the toll transponder seen in the car, police then pulled the toll records for all the Toyota Priuses headed into the Tallahassee area around the time of the red rum. The toll records led them to a car rental agency in Miami, Florida. I told you the car was rented. That rented mostly hybrid cars. It turned out there were fewer than 10 Toyota Priuses rented during this period of time in the state of Florida that could have been the same car. The rental agreement for the car showed that it was rented by a man named Louis Rivera. Using the listed cell phone number, police were quickly able to confirm Rivera's identity. The god-dag-on digital footprint. When the people going to learn? So basically, the boyfriend of Wendy gave them the tip, but they couldn't go nowhere with it. But then a bus took a picture of the Prius. Now they're saying it's green. I thought I remember they said that the car was silver. Maybe it was, the neighbor said light colored. Maybe it was one of them light colored minty greens that's like, I don't know. I thought the car was silver. Anywho, police say Rivera is the leader in the notorious Latin King, gang. Yeah, they made a big deal out of this when he cooperated. They made a big deal of him being a high-ranking Latin King member, a gang member, and cooperating with the cops, saying that he was going to have a very hard time behind bars. Which has essentially strong presence in Miami. A second telephone number was also written on the rental contract with the word brother written beside the number. The listed cell phone tracks back to Sigfredo Garcia of North Miami. Dum da dum dum. Did they have text now numbers and all that back then? Child, get another or get a bird. What? Garcia is a childhood friend of Rivera's who also has a felony record and numerous run-ins with the law using cell phone data and GPS info. That digital footprint gonna get you every dang on time. Police said they were able to trace the trail of Rivera and Garcia in that Prius, which the two men in the vicinity of Markel's home at the time of the red rum, which put the two men in the vicinity. That's what it should say. They didn't skip the word. Police announced first-degree red rum charges against Rivera and Garcia in May of 2016 for Markel's murder, red rum. Rivera and Garcia were indicted in June of 2016 and are facing here we go, y'all. They were facing the D penalty. I can say penalty. YouTube has a problem with the D word. So the DP. They were facing that. If convicted, both have entered not guilty pleas. They are scheduled for separate trials later this year. So there you have it. This is how it goes. So court documents made public in June linked Garcia, one of the alleged hitmen, to Wendy Adelson's brother, Charlie Adelson. His former girlfriend was also the mother of Garcia's children. The arrest affidavit for Rivera and Garcia alleges that Charlie Adelson reportedly did not like Markel and did not get along with him. In a probable cause affidavit, police allege that Garcia and Rivera were enlisted to commit this egregious act and that police believe the motive for the red rum stemmed from the desperate desire of the Adelson family to relocate Wendy and the children to South Florida, along with the pending court hearing that might have impacted their access to the grandchildren. They had a court case coming up. They had a court hearing coming up. So prior to the 2013 divorce settlement, Markel had successfully fought Wendy Adelson's attempt to move with their young sons to South Florida for a new job and to be closer to her family. But prosecutors have thus far declined to charge anyone in the Adelson family at this time. In the red rum of Dan Markel and State Prosecutor Georgia Kappelman said there's not enough evidence to do so. The investigation is ongoing. Lawyers for the Adelsons, in a joint statement issued earlier this month, stated that none of the Adelsons, Wendy, her brother Charlie, or their parents, Donna and Harvey, had anything to do with Dan's red rum. So investigators have spent the past 2 years reviewing every shred of evidence out there, every phone record, financial record, text message, email, internet search, everything, the statement says. We understand why the government has put the Adelson family through this type of severe scrutiny, but nothing has turned up that supports this fanciful fiction that the Adelsons were involved. So, how about Luis Rivera done told everything? Luis Rivera told about, Catherine Magbanua, which was the ex-girlfriend and baby mother of Sigfrido, who is already in custody with Luis. And so basically told them about this plot. That's what happened from there. From this thing, from to here, Luis Rivera cooperated. Brought Catherine Magbanua into the fold. And so what they did was they put surveillance on her. They put surveillance on her and Charlie Adelson. They made that connection. They were at a restaurant having lunch together. It came out during her trial, where they video and recorded them talking. And they're claiming that during that call, during that interaction, that they got some leads from that interaction. Basically, that she did say, you could hear her clear say that they have somebody contacted her, and she was acting like stupid, like I don't know what's going on. Even in court, she was acting stupid, like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Were you getting paid from? Because Donna Adelson, they were paying her like she was getting paid, like she worked there. Yeah, she got paid, but she never went there and did no work. He also paid for her a boob job, but she's saying he paid for one and not the other. You paid for one and not the other. I don't know. I don't remember how she paid for the other one. But she had a Lexus on him, and she was getting money. So Donna Adelson was in charge of the money, but the accountant, they also subpoenaed her to come into court. She also sent money to Catherine or whatever, checks. They asked her why. I don't know. They tell me to do X, Y, and Z, and I just do it. They didn't find that she was connected to this in any way. He had Charles had a girlfriend who's a real estate agent in Florida. Very pretty girl, but ditzy. She didn't have any clue as to this crime. And another thing, Charles stacked his money in a certain way and very neat, and would put staples in it. And so that's how he gave the money to get to Catherine to give to Sigfrido and whatever. But this money that he allegedly got from Donna Adelson, his mother. So the father has him in charge. They don't believe the father had any knowledge in this. But when I tell you, if you feel like going and watching, or just even maybe I'll just do Wendy's testimony, because the prosecutor in this case was not playing with her, because I know the prosecutor's saying, listen, you got something to do with this. She was very arrogant on the stand, but then she would just go into this deer in the headlights. I got fog brain. Like I got, not fog brain, like I'm innocent and I don't know anything about any of this crazy stuff that you guys are talking about. So that's what I got from her. But yeah, Big Brother always, girl, these people don't know. She's an entitled Karen that doesn't take accountability for anything, so she's right where she belongs. Like I said, I don't like I'm saying, I don't even believe that she got hurt on the washing machine. I think that was done intentionally, and that she's just saying that. But let me see if this judge came back. Did they are taking her out? All right, so he didn't come back on here, but I don't know. Let me see if this says here anything here about the judge ruling yet. Let me see. Yeah, but that's what happened, girl. I mean, y'all. How they got these two fools. Um. I don't think the judge has ruled yet. She told me she wasn't trying to flee to Vietnam. You were, Judge. Let me see. Bond here. I don't think he's ruled. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that he's ruled yet. Yeah, I don't think that he's ruled yet. I think that he just basically I think that that they'll probably have another hearing for him. Yeah, so he hasn't ruled yet. I just think that I don't think that he's going to allow her bond. And the reason why is because, trying to flee to a country that does not extradite does not look good for her. And I just don't believe that he is going to do it. As I stated, tomorrow I will be on. Tomorrow is my birthday. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me. I will be on. So like I said, 3:00. And I'll probably just be here for, a little while. Hopefully you guys can come by, say happy birthday to your girl. And all the things, other things like that. Hopefully we'll hear something from the judge on Monday regarding whether or not he's going to grant this woman a bond or not. I think she is a flight risk. I think she has the money to leave the country, and basically, the fact that she I mean, even if they take all the things from her, like supposedly her family has a lot of money. So I'm not sure. This was a bond hearing and a hearing to suppress that phone call that you can kind of not hear clearly, and some other evidence. So that's what this was. A bond hearing / that. But more than not, she was looking to get out on bond on an ankle bracelet. They said that she's going to move to Tallahassee until the trial. She would have had a curfew, and all of the above. So then they wanted them to suppress the phone call, and that is why they were arguing. The phone didn't hang up when she was on the phone prior to being arrested. Excuse me. So it probably on that phone call as well, it states that Charlie is saying, well, that's what they are thinking, and that if you can try and leave, but if you leave, you try and leave, they can catch you. Now, that part of the evidence, I don't think that they can suppress, because if they were talking to Charlie and Charlie was saying that to them, that means that Charlie was in custody, already convicted, and was an inmate, because initially she was going to use the same charges that he used to get him his conviction. I mean, that he got convicted. So she was going to use the same attorneys to get that he used to get his conviction. So she has a fear judge that's not playing games. And if I think that if she did not try to leave the country, and go where, I don't believe the judge believes that her and her husband needed to get away. Because how can they arrest you in another country? They would just wait until you come back into the country. Because you got to, if you are out of the country, you have to check in. And a lot of times that's what happened. That's how they got Y and W Melly's girlfriend. She had been on the run for so long, but she went on vacation. She wasn't out of the country all that time. She went on vacation. And when she got back from, they let her go on vacation. See, she didn't go anywhere where she couldn't be extradited back to the United States. She went on vacation. When she came back from vacation, that is when the airport arrested her. In this case, you were trying to go to a country. You have search history that you searched countries that do not extradite back to the United States. That's the difference. Now, I think if she didn't have that looming over her head, she may have a great chance. But the fact that she has that looming over her head, I don't think the judge is going to grant. I don't care how she's moving in Tallahassee. I don't care how. And the fact that you said you actually like it where they have you housed now because you can work on your case, it's quiet, you prefer it. All those things cannot be just tucked away. That's what you said. You said what you said. So she tried to play dumb and act like the lawyer told her it was okay. She's a piece of work. She's more than a piece of work. So she's locked. She's in. And that is that on that for now. So I'm going to get out of here. I'll be on tomorrow at 3, I believe. At 3. If I have to make a change, I will make the change. But for now, I'm just looking to be on at 3. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow, but it wouldn't be me if I didn't end the show by raising awareness that men can get breast cancer too. So because of the stigma associated with the word breast, we've started using the term pec and or chest cancer. So let's continue to break the stigma and spread awareness. And to my ladies, please make sure to get your mammograms, fill on your boobies, and make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anyone come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks. Tomorrow is my birthday. And I'll see you guys in the next live stream on these YouTube streets or in a video upload. And one thing before we go, y'all, don't forget to go over and sub up to my Instagram page here. Tell me what you think in the comments over there. I would love to hear what you think about it. I won't be going live over there. She tried to play down. Okay, yeah. I won't be, so over there. And then I also have a YouTube page. I just have my, the video and the song that I wrote That one I didn't actually perform like I do on my intro over here. I actually wrote it and made it through like an AI platform. The other songs that I have on Survivor Speaks is something that I wrote and did through AI. But my intro here on this channel now, Oh My Survivesti, is written, performed, and executive produced by myself. And the beat was engineered and produced by Mook Marv Music Inc. And it's available on all social media platforms. I'm not an artist. I just make music to use with my content. Because I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a smart thing to do. And a lot of times when you try to use other people's music or stuff from these other places, they copyright strike your channel. But now the music behind my commentary, which I kind of turned off today because we couldn't hear the call, but that was crafted and created by no one. He does create awesome beats. He also does music as well. And so let me just drop his link again. He's normally in the chat. He wasn't here today, but I had the music playing earlier. But we couldn't hear, so I turned it off. So that's no one right there. If you're a content creator and you want music to put behind your content, contact no one right there at the link I just dropped in the chat. To everybody watching over on Twitter, hello to you. I'm hoping that one day you guys just come over Survivor Speaks right over here to YouTube so you can hit the like button and interact in the chat. I haven't found a way to put it all together just yet, but thank you for watching over on Twitter as well. You are greatly appreciated. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. My birthday celebration, it may start on YouTube and Twitter, but I'm going to turn X off. Thank you for always forever. I know you'll be here. So I'm probably going to turn Twitter off because I'm just going to do something like with my supporters, subscribers, family members, Survivor Nation, which the people on Twitter, you are a part of Survivor Nation, because I know some of the same people watch over on Twitter. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for rocking out with me. Peace. Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a leaf in the night. A cancer's ass is knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is hard if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Over here to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wipe your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speak. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time